I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Can't wait till a few people come here. We're going to talk about something just kind of funny, but sad, really. I don't know. Oh my God, really? Such a waste of human life and the patterns that people follow and why. Is it inadequacies? Is it desperation? Is it alcoholism? Is it just desperation? We'll get into this. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Every day's a new day. If you wake up alive, you're doing better than somebody who's not alive. That's the way I look at it. No matter what troubles people may have, if you can wake up to a brand new day and still have a breath in your lungs and your heart still beats, you're doing better than some people. That's for sure. Appreciating life, and that's kind of part of this show too, and what we're going to be talking about. I'm up early in the morning. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe. I'm usually up early in the morning because basically I get up somewhere a little before this time. It is what it is. All right, so begin, I guess. Oh, jeez. It's just like when I get up, I have a whole pattern of what I go through. So let us let us begin. Well, I'm up. That's why I do shows early in the morning. It's approximately 5:30 here in the morning, but I'm up. So if I'm up, whatever. She's up too. Okay. You know, you got these expats that foreigners that come to the Philippines, and the first thing they do is find a bar. First question: no bars in the country that you came from? You can't cavort and do the same and practice your debauchery in another country, the country you came from? It's pretty sad. And they gravitate to bars. Now, understand that a lot of these people are, well, they're alcoholics. So, of course, they're going to gravitate to a bar. Secondly, secondly, and importantly, they can't get a woman in their own country. Well, there are circumstances. Well, if you've been traveling to the Philippines, you know that, you know, age gap is not a problem in the Philippines. So foreigners will take advantage of that. They're not going to get a younger woman in their country. It's nearly impossible. I mean, you've seen the age gaps that go on. It's nearly impossible to find a much, much younger woman in a country you came from because it's just not standard issue, if you know what I mean. So they take advantage of that. So they think they're a hero. Now, what do you expect? All right, you want attention from these women, of course. Well, go to a bar, hang around with a bar girl in there, buy her some drinks. She'll sit with you all night. That's not really showing your male prowess. That you're good looking, you've got an exemplary personality. Has nothing to do with it. Money speaks. Money talks. So it's like, how many notches can I put on my belt? But how much did you pay for those notches on your belt? Or just having the companionship of a Filipina, of all places, a bar. A bar. What do you expect? You're going to get all the attention that you want in a bar. Because you're paying for their drinks. You're paying for them to hang on you, hang on your shoulder, talk to you, have a laugh with you. They'll do whatever you want. Because unfortunately, well, this is what bar girls do. But a lot of them are also alcoholics too. Because they get these free drinks from guys all the time and they're not going to refuse it. Now, the owner of the bar don't care because he's getting a cut in all this. He uses the women to attract these guys to come into the bar. And as a process, the way it goes is that, these girls attract these guys and they're going to buy a drink for themselves. They're going to buy a drink for the woman or two or three, and the bar makes more money. So basically, the women are the bait for these desperate foreigners. I know who you're talking about already. I bet you do. I bet you do. We'll keep names out of this. We'll keep names out of this. Because it's great that you already know who I'm talking about. So, yeah, if the shoe fits, wear it type of thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Good morning, dear. You're up.
Good.
You're up early. You're up early.
I go back sleep.
All right, hold on. So, you're not a hero, with the women just because they're hanging on you. You're paying for it. It seems to be a common denominator for the foreigners that come, well, not just to the Philippines, but whatever country. But since I live in the Philippines, we'll talk about that. It's more since it's relevant, and anybody could walk into a bar, and if you flash the cash, of course they're going to be hanging on you all night long. And maybe a happy ending at the end of the night, which is going to cost you more money. So you mean to tell me that the country you come from, you can't find this kind of action? Well, you could, but it's a lot cheaper. The liquor's a lot cheaper. The women a lot cheaper than our bar girls. Oh, by the way, let's say hello to Popeye, by the way. I'm sure he's simulcasting my show, but that's great. Gives me a little exposure. He's helping me and he doesn't realize he's doing that. So we know one particular fella who's doing videos. He just arrived in the Philippines again. The same debauchery and crap that he's done every time he's been out here. A very irresponsible person who actually has children through a Filipino but doesn't pay support and tries to stay as much as he can to avoid responsibility out of the children's lives. That's so sad. I find that really sad. The kids have to go without a father. But in some cases, these kids are better off not having a father who's an alcoholic and a low-class scumbag. The kids are better off than not, in many cases anyway. Because a lot of fathers don't want to take the responsibility. They want to have their fun. They want to play, but they don't want to pay in the sense of being responsible. It's not that they don't know to have a child or two. They know very well. They just don't want the responsibility. Let the woman bear the burden of the expenses of raising a child while the father of the child goes out drinking and cavorting with women. Pretty sad scenario, isn't it? Hey, expat forever. It's sad for the children. The mother needs help to raise these guys. I mean, he wasn't thinking about anything when he was having sex with these women, possibility of becoming pregnant. Didn't care. And most of them don't. So the burden is upon the woman, the mother of the child, to have to raise this child without any financial help from the very person that got him pregnant in the first place. And they continue to do the same thing, to repeat and rinse and repeat, trying to show their prowess that I'm a real man because I got these women. Look at me, I'm in a bar. I'm in a bar, and this woman is hanging all over me like she's really interested in me. Well, obviously, we know she's not interested. She's interested in the free drinks. That's why the bar manager hires them to push the alcohol. As a foreigner, when you're in a bar, if you're interested in conversing with a woman, she'll sit with you, she'll lean on you, she'll give you all the attention you want as long as the drinks are flowing. And the bar manager is happier than a clam on a sunny day to see these women who are basically bait to get these guys to buy them drinks because they're going to drink on their own. That's money to the bar. He's going to buy drinks for the girls. That's money in the bar. And it helps pay the expenses of the very women that the bar manager uses to attract these desperados. It's pretty sad. And a lot of these expats, the only way they're ever going to have any women around them if they pay for their time. And boy, do we know so many on here that do that, don't we? First thing they go to, they get their hotel room, and next thing, they're hanging around a seedy, smelly, nasty bar with whores eager to please the manager by getting those drinks flowing, because that's his business. It's a bar, after all. It's not a candy store selling candy. They're selling liquor, and they're selling dreams to the foreigners that think they're such studs. And all these women hanging on them, it just kind of fills their ego. But in reality, they would never get women, decent, respectable women, to be interested in them in any form or way. So that's why a lot of them come to the Philippines. Pay for play is what it's called. Pay for play. Pay for play. And you look at their faces on their videos, and they're very proud. They're smiling and laughing and happy as they clean out their wallet, buying drinks for the women. It's the only companionship they could ever get, is to pay for it. Because most of these jamolis will never, ever be able to get a woman other than going to a bar and paying for the time. And they're getting older, too. Everybody's getting older. Time is running out, besides their liver falling apart, which they don't care about. They wind up dying at a younger age from the alcoholism and chain smoking and things like that. Combination. If not from their bad attitude, where somebody kicks the shit out of them because they've gotten too rowdy or too cocky. It's just a time bomb that's waiting to go off in many different ways. Now, I don't know. I think the Philippines does offer some variety of things to do, I guess, if you really look for it, besides bars. And these alcoholics are not interested in beaches, because if you've ever seen their shows, you don't see them walking on a beach. No. You see them in a bar. They lay their camera on a stand on the table, It's kind of a game of look at me. Look at me. The girls are all interested in me. No, sir. They're not interested in you. They're interested in you buying them drinks, paying for their time to make the manager a very happy man. It's a business. And occasionally you could bring one of these girls home. But it's going to involve money. They're not with you because they think you're so handsome and you've got the coolest personality. They have absolutely no interest, nor do they see that. They just want your money. But it makes you feel like a real man, doesn't it? That's pathetic that you have to pay for your company. Oh, you might get excuses from the expat. I'm not out here to get married. I want to have some fun. That's my interpretation of a drunken alcoholic anyway, as best as I could. But it makes them feel like a real man. The only way they can feel like a real man is to drink and get stewed. They feel that I got to show this to the world. When I come to the Philippines, I'm going to have all kinds. Hello. I'm going to have all kinds of women around me. That's the only way you can get it. It's sad. Because the fact is, we use the term losers a lot on YouTube. And how we define a loser is many different ways. But one of the biggest ways you know they're a loser is, well, not being successful in their own country of getting women, having to pay thousands of dollars to travel, whatever it costs, from their country to the Philippines, to chase some tail, when the money you spend on your trip and accommodations and everything else, you could do the same damn thing in your own country. It's going to be a lot cheaper. Oh, sure, the liquor is cheaper in the Philippines. Okay, you get a break on that. But you spend your time on a long flight, some of them not long flights, but long enough, and you're spending money. So you mean you can't get a woman in your own country that you got to get on an airplane to a foreign country just to hang in a bar? You mean to tell me there's no bars in your country? There's no bar whores that you could pay drinks for? I don't believe that. No. It's such a sad display. Very sad display. They're not real men. They're not getting real women, if you know what I mean. They're paying for their time, where otherwise they would never, ever have the same opportunities with a decent woman that doesn't work in a bar, where you have to buy drinks just to have company. But it makes you feel like a real man, doesn't it? You're not a real man. It's all a fantasy. It's not reality as we know what reality is. Well, who do we got out there anyway? Yeah, this is a typical scene. And when foreigners meet up with each other, where do they go? They go to some seedy bar, all drinking away their pocket money. They're so proud that a woman actually talks to them. The attention they never got in their life outside of the Philippines. Hey, liquor speaks loudly. Money speaks loudly. Buy the girl a drink. Keep the drinks flowing. Keep them flowing. You have all the company you want all night long. And most of them go home alone. And even if they do get one of these women, They're going to pay dearly for it. Maybe less than they'd pay in the country they came from, but they still wake up alone after she leaves. They're back to being lonely again. A short, very shallow encounter with somebody that you had to pay money to even remotely be anywhere near you. But these women, they go through a lot of, shall I say, expenses in the sense that they have to, in order to earn that money, they have to go to bed with a smelly, hairy, ugly, bad breath expat in order to make that money. It's a very challenging job for these Filipinos to complete the process of filling their pockets with money. What they have to endure: fat, hairy, smelly, rude mouthed foreigners that under any other better circumstances they would never look at in any form or way. It's all about the money, and it's always been about the money with Filipinos of that caliber. If you haven't figured that out, you never will. Or you're too cocky to understand that the only reason they're around you, money or drinks, whatever, comes first. Okay, let's see. What's this? Donate to Ben Newton. Abo and the fairy are cousins. Abo and the fairy are cousins. I wouldn't know. Would I be surprised? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Excuse me. That's something I just couldn't do. Like I said years ago, and many years ago, for the sake of getting out on the weekends, I was a single dad and I needed a release. So I'd go out, but I have live music in these clubs in the Seattle region. And it was a release, yeah. But, you know, I wasn't taking bar whores home. And the little drinking I did, well, it was kept to a minimum. A few beers. If I got real brave, I had a rum and coke. But I never continued that. It got old. I never really did like alcohol. Sometimes you drink to kind of loosen up a little bit, your inhibitions. That's another reason they drink too, besides just being an alcoholic and needing the alcohol. It's just, they get uninhibited while they're drinking. They get brave. You would think that gets old for people, but it really doesn't. I used to enjoy just getting out, listening to music. I'd have a small group of people I'd hang with, but I never continued that. I moved on from that. I never drank regularly in my life at all. I'm glad I didn't. To this day, I've been living in the Philippines. I'd have to say 9 years, even though 10 years is my anniversary with my girlfriend, but it's not 10 years of living here. It's about 9 because I had to stay in the United States for about a year with the COVID. So I could say 9 years of living out here and almost 10 years in a relationship. So 9 years, still long time, long time. And I haven't touched alcohol at all. I just don't have a need for it. Well, I'm different than other people. If I can't get a woman, if I have to wind up paying for her drinks to have company, I just couldn't do that. Well, it's always traditional if you're in a bar and you want to know a woman. She has expectations and you have expectations. You really want to get to know the woman, you got to be courteous. You got to buy her a drink. That's here over in America. I've had situations where a woman's bought me a drink, and you don't see that ever. The fact is, a woman could walk into any bar in the world, in the world, without a penny, without a peso, and she'll have free drinks all night long. Good deal, huh? Especially if she's an alcoholic. She doesn't have to spend on alcohol. If she's halfway decent looking, and a lot of times, even if she's not, you've got a lot of desperados out there. Somebody's always good for a drink. The biggest lushes in the world, they're hanging around bars. They're going to dress up, put the makeup on, and they know 100% they're going to be getting free drinks all night long. Travel, learn, repeat, says D. The look at this person's face at the bar was like he was Superman, I must admit. Oh, yeah, the alcohol does that to you. The fact that they have any women around them at all, it's a fucking turn on for them. It's like, look at me. I'm in the Philippines and I'm having fun with all these quality women. You honestly think they're going to get these women without buying them drinks and so forth? Of course not. They're not accomplishing anything but making a fool out of themselves. They're getting drunk and stupid on camera. And we all know these women are not going to hang around them, especially what they look like, if it wasn't for free drinks. That's just the way it is. It's a sad life. Because you're getting older, and someday you're really going to need that companionship. And you'll know, especially if you're going to live in a foreign country. And a lot of these people, they claim that they have all this money from Bitcoin or whatever it might be. But maybe they don't. All right, girls. So they hear everything outside. All right, girls. All right. They react to each other. You know, I it's so fucking, it's such stupidity and such desperation. First call, a bar. Get the camera on. I gotta show everybody that I don't live a boring life. I'm surrounded by women. Sure, because you're paying for it. Try doing that outside of a bar where no alcohol's involved. Try doing that. Try finding a decent, respectable Filipina outside of a bar. Well, you could do that. Just walk the streets. There are prostitutes in the streets that are not in bars. They're called freelancers. Sure, you could do that too. But it's the same thing. Find a decent, respectable woman. Then they might turn around and say, well, I'm not looking for a decent mate. I'm not looking for a decent, respectable woman. Blah, 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 blah. Line me up another drink there, beer tender. Line me up another drink. While you're at it, bring this woman a drink here. Ah, that one looks good. Bring her a drink too. Come on, girls, come over here. Say hello to the camera. Rah, 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 rah. Oh, yeah, they think they're Sunshine Superman. They think they're Sunshine Superman. It's all in their head. It's all in the booze. I hate bars. To this day, I hate bars. I've witnessed all the drunkards. I just can't be around people that are just drunk and stupid. Can't even talk. Yeah, I got away. Just yeah, sit down. Come on, what's your ring? I'm gonna buy you a drink. Oh, please, 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 please. I just can't do that. And then some of them get pretty belligerent when they're drinking too. They don't know how to hold their liquor. And as you mix certain things together, some people get really reactive. You know, they combine certain drinks and they really get belligerent. I haven't even sucked on a beer in ooh fuck over well over 10 years. Not even somebody offered me here. I have a at least have a bottle of beer with me or something. Over 10 years, I haven't touched a bottle of beer living out here. And even when I was in Hawaii for a little over a year, no, I didn't touch any beer at all. Offered to me, didn't want it. I wasn't interested in it. I want to deal with some form of reality, if there is such a thing. But yes, I take notice of this travel, learn, and repeat. Oh yeah, I notice people's videos. It's the same scenario, and it's usually the biggest losers that hang in the bars. They're having a difficult time in their own country of ever having a woman even look at them. But then if you look at these guys, well, you'll understand why. And that's why they make trips to the Philippines. They figure it's easy street to meet a woman out here. Not always, though. Not always. It's according to what kind of woman you're looking for. If you want to hang in a bar, sure. If the woman is desperate enough, she'll go home with you later on. Or you make your own personal arrangements where to meet up, or whatever. If she's an opportunist to work in a bar for free drinks and so forth, then she's an opportunist to go home with you later on and make a little money that way to supplement the meager income that she makes from working in a bar, which is next to nothing. But then again, that's just me. I have my preference, and it's not hanging in a fucking bar. I don't even like the smell in a bar. You got these unwashed, sweaty expats in there that barely bathe, and that smell of stale alcohol and ambient cigarette smoke. And even though I smoke, I don't like being in a place that smells of beer, liquor, and cigarettes. You pass by these places in the street, you can smell it from the street. And then I look at myself and say, you know what? You got it pretty damn good. That you don't need to go hang around looking for women in bars, and you don't have to drink in order to socialize. You don't need the liquid encouragement, the liquid balls to talk to a woman. You don't need to. You already have a woman. You don't have to go through that song and dance to find a woman like these expats do. It's a song and dance is what it is. It is not the first thing I ever do when I walk off a plane. I've made many trips to the Philippines now other than living here, but I never really even had the inclination to like meet anybody in a bar. I mean, hey, why don't you meet me at this bar? And the closest thing I came to that was TGI Fridays, TGIF, when Ricky DeSicki invited me out for dinner, but it wasn't because it was the bottom of his heart. And he wanted to buy me and Gilda a dinner and socialize and have a show. It was something that was very planned out. We don't know all the details on that, what having to do with Barry Jordan. And if I wanted a drink, he would have bought me a drink. I wasn't interested. I would have bought myself a drink. I just don't feel comfortable in bars. A lot of rowdy people, belligerent people, people acting like they're fucktards because of the liquor. And well, they were probably a fucktard before they had a drink in them, but they were more of a fucktard after they were drinking too. Yeah, I know what you mean, traveler. And look at the person's face at the bar. It was like they were Superman, I must admit. Yeah. And that's the only way they're going to be Superman in their own mind. I laugh at these people. I truly laugh at these. Well, I at least smirk. I'm saying to myself, yeah, the only reason you're having a good time is you're paying for it. I don't want to pay for any kind of shit like that. And even when I was in Seattle, when every other weekend or so, whenever I could, had the opportunity to go to a, let's call it a bar. It's a bar. It's a club, live music. I wasn't like, emptying my pocket, buying women drinks and they're all over the place just to sit down with me. No. If I was interested in a woman, she was interested in me. She comes sit at the table. I will politely, as a courtesy, would you like me to buy you a drink? But I didn't always offer. I didn't, there was even a time I was bought a drink and I said, wow, that's different. I like her buying me a drink. Well, a lot of women feel that you owe them something just because they got something between their fucking legs. Well, hey, I got something between my legs too. You could buy me a drink. You could buy me some flowers or something on Valentine's Day or some candy. Men get caught up in this traditional crap. And even the commercials on TV, on a special holiday, romantically, Valentine's Day or whatever, whether it's a commercial for jewelry, commercial for candy. What are you going to buy her this year? We got this lovely bouquet of flowers that she would like. Well, I don't know. Men like flowers too. It's not a feminine thing. I like flowers. I like flowers. Chocolates. But the way society is that no, you have to buy the women flowers and chocolates and jewelry. The rarity that you find a woman that does the actually opposite what their expectations are, that's a keeper. That's a keeper. That is a keeper. But men have got trained for this. Men are trained for this. That we feel that we have to shower them with baubles and all kinds of little frivolous things in order to maintain their company and time and carnal activity. They've been trained for this all their life. Imagine meeting a woman where there's no expectations. They don't have to buy her a drink. Just good conversation. Yeah, right. You're dreaming, Frank, right? No, they exist. And a lot of women that I've ever been with had nothing ever to do with a bar. That we never went to a bar. It was a simple one-to-one. One person might have been attracted to the other. And found out that the other one was attracted to you too, whatever. That's how you meet. Oh, where do you want to meet? Let's go to this bar. Always a bar. You gotta meet in a bar. You know why? Because the guy wants to loosen the woman up to get in her pants. It's all very structured. Or you're with your mates. You're in the service. So you sit around a round table and you got some bar whore under there giving you a blowjob. Ask the guy in Florida about that. Alcohol, the root of all fucking evil. People are killing people on the road because of alcohol. People giving each other diseases because of alcohol. Those studly guys that are putting notches on their belt or walking around with syphilis and other diseases, spreading it to innocent women or vice versa. Good morning, Region. Good morning. Well, I'm not a Starbucks person, but yes, that's better than a bar. That's a good place. Any coffee shop, any coffee shop, you know, that's the best way to meet a woman, not over alcohol. I mean, look, it's your gig if you do that. I'm not trying to stop anybody. I don't have the power to do that. I'm just saying it's been my observation, everybody else's. If you have to meet a woman in a bar, that's the worst place in the world to meet a woman. But maybe you don't want a long-term woman. Okay, I'll buy that. Maybe you're out there just to get laid and have fun. Hey, their excuses. I want to enjoy my life. Why? By destroying your liver? And by having sex with less than desirable women that have the potential of carrying some very serious, deadly diseases? Who wants to take that chance? But when you're all liquored up, you don't think straight. Oh, she looks good to me. Oh, man, I can't even be around people like that. And one thing I don't do out here, sometimes we get invited over to birthday parties or anniversaries and shit like that, and they're all drinking. Well, even Filipinos can't hold their liquor either. And sometimes they do get belligerent. I don't want to be around that. People have gotten knifed, I just don't want to be around that element. That's my choice, whether you agree with me or like it or not, because you're probably a fucking alcoholic and you don't understand what it is to be straight in that way. I just can't do that. What's that Region? You can tell by the tattoos and the confidence she has around tourists. Yeah. She was 2 out of 10 in Bali, Mr. Fazio says. That's a sad lifestyle, says Region. It is a sad lifestyle. And what makes it more sad is that they really feel like they're heroes. They really feel like they're studs because they got this woman around them. And we know numerous people on here that do that regularly. It's not a badge of honor. It's not a badge of honor at all. If that's the only way you can get a woman to talk to, look what happened to poor Kevin. Poor Kevin. Kevin decided to fly to Coop, all right, to expand his horizons and get out of his aunt's basement. All right, good effort. He should have visited his kids, but no, it was more important that he'd go to Vietnam or whatever, Thailand. So the poor sap goes out there. I think he had a total of 14 months or something between Thailand and Vietnam. Mostly, Thailand? The guy never got laid. He acted like he did. And some of his supporters, no names, were saying, oh yeah, Kevin had all kinds of women, trying to cover up to save face for Kevin. Sad. And we know who I'm talking about too there. Oh yeah, Kevin had all kinds of... No, he posed with some women. Doesn't mean he had a woman. It doesn't mean he got laid. But the poor sap, his whole existence leaving his apartment, which was hard because of his leg, a lot of effort. That's why he's got knee surgery now. Hopefully he can walk around a little better. And I hope he can. Hope that works out for him real good. But his whole existence out there, he's spending so much money on just buying companions. This is a prime example. And you know who the other one is. You obviously know who the other one is. The other couple of them, actually. So Kevin would ring the bell. Oh, he's sorry he did that. He didn't understand the bell system at the time, I guess. How could you not know that? Ring a bell? Go to hell. You're buying the whole fucking bar drinks, sap. Jesus Christ, what were you thinking? Or not thinking? So Kevin's existence out there was entirely pathetic. You could almost feel sorry for him. Almost. If you're that stupid. I'm letting a lot of flies in here. Let me close this door. I'm gonna have to get my cup. I gotta start making my proverbial cup of tea here. What you looking, Ginger? What? So that's why he came back, although he had to use an excuse. Well, I was only on vacation. I wasn't planning on living out here. No. It just happened. It just didn't work out for him. It didn't work out for him. He realized he was spending more money than he wanted to and had to rely on the help of other people to bail him out sometimes. Regent says the only people who can't recognize Kevin as a loser, and his time in Southeast Asia was cringy to watch, is probably a loser themselves. Failure in life. Hello, Aloe. Good morning. Aloe's been kind of a regular on my show here lately. Good morning to you, sir. I guess you get the gist of what we're talking about on here. Losers. You know. I gotta wait for the tea, then we'll wait for the water then. I mean, I wouldn't be proud of myself that the only way I could get a woman is to go buy her drinks and get her loose enough to be interested in me, because that's what you have to do, is to get these women plowed, all loosened up and all lubed up to be with creeps like these people. But Kevin's situation was sad in the fact that he wanted to. I mean, he was trying in his own way. Give him credit. He was trying his own way to get away from his aunt's apron strings in the basement apartment, which is all his little toys that made noise and flashed colors and all that stuff. He made an actual effort to go leave that basement, go to another country, and try to find a life for himself. But unfortunately, it just didn't turn out that way. He got very lonely out there. I mean, extraordinary. Of course, he's not going to tell you that, but put two and two together. He got extraordinarily lonely. Got to the point he had to go to 7-Eleven, noted and documented. He had to go to 7-Eleven to buy ramen noodles rather than buying decent meals because his money was going down. Because the only way he was able to get women to even talk to him was to buy them drinks all night long. He always lived either near or on top of a bar somewhere, so it was convenient. And he couldn't walk very far and didn't really want to spend money on transportation to go to these exciting bars. Snappy Tom, Big Kevin is a 350-pound version of Barry with their bald heads. Well, I'm not going to attack him in that way. I'm just bringing up the facts about drinking, and, the appearances do make a difference, because the truth is, a lot of these women, I don't care if it's Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, or Philippines, they're not interested in you. I mean, if we're talking about a bar, okay, and you can't be just flexing your muscles because you work out. Oh, in regards to Jim and Ricky, the one thing I will give to Jim, and I don't give him much, besides him being an alkie and all that shit, and a druggie, Jim would be able to tear the shit out of Ricky. There's no question about it. Jim has endurance. You're not going to see Ricky. You are not going to see Ricky doing push-ups and deadlifting weights and all that kind of shit. That's what Jim has got going for him. So if they ever did actually meet up, I think our boy Ricky would be in a world of hurt. Be in a world of hurt. That's a fact. I'm not sticking up for either one of these creeps. They're both fucking losers, but if something like that ever came down, now Ricky's been big mouthing it off, telling Jim to go meet him in Pattaya. Ricky would not allow that shit to happen. It's the liquor talking, it's the cockiness talking, but he would never meet up with Jim in a proposed, see who's stronger than the other situation, see who's tougher than the other. Ricky would lose. I don't like either one of them, but Ricky would lose. He'd be annihilated by Jim. I'll give Jim that much, and I don't give him much. Jim does have some endurance training. It takes a lot, even at 54, to be able to do some pull-ups like that, and push-ups and things like that. Not everybody can do that. I can't do that. Well, I'm considerably old. Well, not considerably, but I am older than both of them. I can do 45-degree push-ups, and I do that nearly every day. No problem. I can do 50 or 60 of them without even breathing hard. I don't have anything to do pull-ups on in the house, or I try that, but I know I would not be able to do pull-ups unless you've been trained to do it and you've been doing it for a while. I tell it like it is. I don't make no bullshit stories up here. If I can do something, I'll tell you, hey, I'm able to do that. If I can't, I'm going to tell you I can't do that. And I can't do some of the things that Jim does. But then Jim has been doing that for a long time. Okay? You got to be trained to do that. Or you get yourself a fucking heart attack. Although Jim could have a heart attack. He's too much on steroids and he's too dependent on that. So I don't give Jim full kudos or anything, because if you're going to gain muscle, gain it the old-fashioned way. Without steroids. Without steroids. Because nobody builds up muscles like that without steroids. Unless they do it the old-fashioned way, and they can achieve that. But steroids is going to build up your muscles where normal training would take an awfully long time to be able to get a buildup of muscles. Wow, she brought these, wow, look at these, a whole bag full of lemons somebody gave her here. They're all green, but it's still citric acid. I'm filling my tea. Wow, filling my teacup with this. Damn. You see here, these are green. You probably say they're limes, but there's a question, what's the difference between a lime and a lemon? We got a shitload of this now. Do you know what these, let me tell you what these things cost. Let's call it a lemon. It hasn't ripened or something, I don't know. It's call it a lime because it's green, whatever. Do you know what they charge? Believe it or not, what they charge in a produce stand for lemons here is 20 to 30 pesos. So it's like 50 cents on an average, or 40 cents on an average for one fucking lemon. One fucking lemon. I kid you not. And we got this big old bag here. I better start drinking it every day and make good use of it, because it was a gift. And that stuff is expensive. Look at this, I hate about tea bags. Gets all stuck on your fucking phone. On your phone. on your, on your fucking spoon. Hold on a minute. Let's untangle this hairy mess here. There we go. I got all the ingredients in here. That's a powerful, powerful cup of tea right there, my friends. We got ginger in there. We got turmeric in there, black pepper to synergize the turmeric. And we got lemon in there. And of course, it's green tea. All over my phone too. Let me see here. Yeah, I never really went out and bought limes in my life. I've had key lime pie, but I've never. So, what is the difference? And I may sound like a fucktard, but that's okay. What is the difference between lemons and limes? Are they the same? Or contain a lot of citric acid? Different color. Are limes, if you give them time and ripen, do they turn yellow? I really don't know. I just buy lemons, and they're yellow. I never eat limes. I never bought limes in the store. You could call this lime. I guess you could, although it's been referred to as lemons. So I don't know. Educate me. Okay, let's see. I didn't read it. Mike K comes in. Good morning, Mike K. How are you this morning? I doubt he is doing steroids. No, he says he's taking steroids. He's been taking steroids for 20 years. He says, I doubt he's doing steroids, but he's taking, yes, he's admitted on testosterone too, yeah, which he admits. If you are taking steroids in your 50s, your body probably can't handle it, and your health is going to go in a big way. Yes, I've always said that. I've always said that. Regis says lemons can be sweet, limes aren't. What you have is the biggest calamansi I've ever seen. So you think that's calamansi? Okay, so you say, what is calamansi? It's a lime. Would you say it's a lime? That's a Philippine name for limes, it's calamansi. Regent says, at Mike, nothing wrong with taking testosterone if your levels are low. Taking testosterone to increase your levels way past natural levels is steroids. Okay. Fazio says, Jim says he gave his Filipino testosterone. Jim said that? Who? He gave it to who? The girl he's hanging around? Now, you should be giving people like that. A woman has testosterone. Do you think it's just in men? They do have some testosterone, but you can't fuck with the hormone levels. And she can't be having an abundance of testosterone in her system. His ex, Dexel. What a name, Dexel. I never heard of a name like that in my life. Dexel. Where did they get these names out here? Well, yeah, there's some truth to testosterone because as you age, absolutely, you lose most of your testosterone. You can get tired, okay, and a lot of other things. But still, I wouldn't do that unless it was under the guidance of a physician who knew what the fuck he was doing. Oh, yeah, you can get more energetic and all that stuff with testosterone because, unfortunately, gentlemen, you know, if you're at my age, you probably got 5% testosterone left, perhaps, maybe. You said that on the live last week. God, that was not a smart move to give his chick testosterone. I just don't think that's a wise move. No expert on testosterone and all that shit, but I don't. A woman, as I said, has her own level of testosterone. All women do. But you can't bring it over a certain level. That's going to cause hormonal changes. She might even start developing hair on her lip, hair on her chest. What did he want? Another gorilla for a woman? Because he looks like a fucking gorilla? I don't know. Everything I hear is just so fucking sad and ridiculous and pathetic, and that's all I'm trying to say on this show. That if you have to come to this fucking country and the first thing you're going to do is go to a fucking bar to socialize, then you've got an alcoholic problem and you've got a social problem, you know, big time. You want to meet women? Hang out, go hang around the mall if you have to. Pretend you're reading a magazine or just pretend you're communicating with somebody on your laptop. They all do that. They sit in the coffee shops, Bose Coffee, Starbucks, You know, and a lot of the Filipinos know that the foreigners go to Starbucks and places like that. Not a bad place to meet. Have a piece of pastry with your coffee or something. It's all good. And you might meet a different class of women there. Working class, and I don't mean prostitution. Women with jobs that got their shit together. You know, not hanging in a bar, not working in a bar. That's the kind of woman you want. But these kind of people, they're never going to get a quality, decent woman. It's just not going to happen. Test. Oh, yeah. Regent says, my dad's taking 150 milligrams of testosterone a week for the last 2 years. It was game-changing for him. He now has the testosterone levels of a healthy 35-year-old male. Cool. No, I've thought about things like that, but I never tried it. I wouldn't mind testing it, see if there's a difference in activity, so forth. But if it made a difference. But then you kind of become dependent on taking it all the time. It's another dependence because it's making you feel more energetic and maybe it makes you feel more youthful. But then you want to feel that way all the time, so you're going to just continue to take and spend money on testosterone. I don't get caught up in that. I got enough spunk and I got enough energy that I don't need to take that. But I wouldn't mind trying it though. But I'm afraid that if I did, it's going to be a regular thing. And I don't want to get caught up and get something else to take on a regular basis. I just don't like that. Popeye needs some testosterone in a big way. He might actually get off his mobility scooter and run after those blue-haired ladies at the bingo parlor, man. I think Popeye would be a great candidate to take some testosterone. What do you think, guys? TRT is just maintaining natural levels. I don't know, what's the difference? Is that what you call testosterone? You call it TRT, or is that a certain level of testosterone? I don't know anything about that. Frank, stick to your famous olive oil routine. Yeah, when I could buy another bottle, can't find it around here. All I find is these cheap renditions of what they call extra virgin olive oil. I don't need any other fucking chemicals in my body, thank you. I don't need any other chemicals. I got enough on a daily level. I'm functioning now, I'm fine, I'm happy with it. But sure, experimenting, I'd like to see what the difference is. I would. But as I said, I'm afraid that it's going to make you feel a little bit too good. And then that's another bill every month. It's another prescription or something that you're consuming. I don't want that. But I'm functioning, so I could leave it at that. I'm functioning quite well, thank you very much, actually, to my surprise. Definitely to my surprise. I do got my moments, Toto, where during the day, I find myself almost falling asleep, but that could be several factors that's causing that. I've already discussed on another show. When my girlfriend walks in the room and I'm like snoring away for a few minutes. I said, what, did I fall asleep? I thought I was just nodding out. No, you were asleep. You were snoring. You got to be asleep if you're snoring. Maybe I didn't realize I fell asleep. I thought maybe it was just a short little, nod out. Everybody's just nod out, you're tired or whatever. Then 2 seconds later, you wake up. That's normally what it is with me. Lack of getting appropriate length of sleep, quality of sleep. Sure, that's going to affect you big time. But I'm pretty much used to it. Yes, it is what it is. But sometimes I'm scared to try something new like that. I'd rather do things to my diet and everything and supplementation. And I swear to you, I'm telling you, I think I'm alive because of particular supplementation I've been doing for years and certain things I incorporate into my diet. I'm like really convinced that I'm sitting here talking to you guys and I'm able to because some of the good choices I made in my life besides any bad choices. Yeah, I need to take some olive oil. It's really imperative. I haven't been to Cebu, and I said they sell alcohol around here. I mean, not alcohol, alcohol. There you go. They sell olive oil. They sell olive oil, but it's some cheap stuff. It's not worth spending the money on. It comes in a clear bottle. That's the first observation. It doesn't have a certified stamp on it. It's got to be certified as real extra virgin olive oil and cold pressed and all that stuff. You get plenty of cheap ass olive oil on the shelves, and the companies are making big buku bucks on selling remnants of the good thing. They're not quality stuff that they would not normally use. Just bottle it up. Don't even make the expense of putting it in a dark brown or green bottle. They just put it in a clear bottle. They don't want to spend the money even on that because it's cheap shit. It's cheap shit. Region says, Snappy Tom says, Frank, do you know dark... know all about that, Tom. Do you know that dark chocolate is high in magnesium that support testo production? Yes, I'm a big advocate of dark chocolate. I'm a big advocate. In fact, I'm going to show you something. Even though it's made by Hershey's, it's chocolate, it's 100% cacao. And we have it in here somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is. She said we still had it. I might even add that to my tea. How did you mention that, sire? Here we go, right here. Found it. You're not telling me anything I know. I do eat dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is one of the strongest antioxidants. This is called Hershey's Special Dark 100% cacao. 10 calories, 0 saturated fat, 0 sodium, 0 total sugars. Think I don't know this stuff? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Well, the caffeine is going to be an overload for me between the tea and this, but we're going to take... I just forgot I had this. We're going to take a small scoop of this. We're not going to get much, but that's a lot. We're going to take a little bit of this. Now that you mentioned that, thanks for bringing that up. Now that's a cup of fucking tea. Look at that. Oh yeah, the antioxidants from the green tea and the 100% cacao. That's going to energize my so-called frail ass. Oh my goodness, I could smell it. Oh my, oh my. So I forgot we had this left. That's 100% cacao. This is called Special Dark. It's a good product from Hershey's. It's not just milk chocolate they sell, but Hershey's is a chocolate company and they do have the real McCoy too. Regent says 2 days in a row now I've had to wake up at 3 a.m. I end up taking a nap in the early afternoon. It's normal. I'm tired. Okay. Well, I also take something to sleep. It's not an unknown thing I've talked about on here. And the chemistry of it stays in your system the next day. So I got to kind of qualify this as a factor in why maybe I might be sitting in the living room watching a movie, and according to what type of day it is really, and I start nodding out. Because the chemistry is still in my body, and since I take it every day, it's always there. And that's a contributing factor, absolutely. And the great thing is, though, I don't think I'm having too much trouble with the prostate because I'm not getting up overnight to pee, but what happens is when I do wake up overnight, I will take the opportunity to take a leak. Then I go back to bed and go to sleep. But I'm not purposely waking up at night because my bladder is full. I'm not saying it never happens, but it's not a normal thing for me. A lot of guys, they wake up, they got a really big prostate, a benign situation, but BPH, whatever you call it, and they get up multiple times a night to take a piss. Now that's, of course, going to be terribly interfering with your sleep pattern, but it is what it is. You got to go, you know. But I don't have that problem. At least I don't think I have. It's just coincidental I had to take a pee after I got up, but once a night, if I wake up, and there's times I don't wake up at all, but I'm only with limited sleep, about maybe 6 hours. Let me taste this puppy here. Oh my God, combination. This is going to be like a humdinger with the fucking caffeine. Oh my goodness. What the ingredients I got in there, I got the, if you want to call it calamansi or whatever, turmeric, ginger, black pepper, now 100% cacao. That's a potent drink right there. The reason says if you're waking up to piss at night multiple times, you should get your prostate. No, I'm not waking up overnight multiple times to go take a piss. No, that's not what's happening with me. And my prostate level is a 2.1, which means it's not, my chances of getting prostate cancer, for example, is very low. 2.1 was my most recent level that I had a lab test on. It's funny, you go to a doctor out here. I remember saying one time I had to have a digital exam, which I don't like. They want to feel your prostate. Good Lord. Okay, so how's my prostate? They'll say, it's normal for a person your age. Well, for a person my age, that means it's enlarged? What are you trying to tell me? For a person your age, that's normal. So, is it double talk? Hey, you got a large prostate, motherfucker. Oh, that's normal for a person your age. Well, I take the test, and my PSA level, like a prostate, whatever, antigen level, is 2.1, and that's actually really good. I was generally speaking, not referring. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me take another sip of this bad boy here. I mean, what I just made here is not exactly something that I make because I feel that the taste is so wonderful. No, that's that little concoction is more on a medicinal basis. It's not for taste. It's not for the faint of heart. Let's put it that way. Let me ask Gilda about this. I'm going to ask her, is this calamansi, just large calamansi? Gilda, I got a question for you. Is those limes or lemons, whatever they are, isn't that just maybe large calamansi?
I don't know.
You're not even sure of that. And we're not even sure what the hell. I just put it in my tea, so yeah. It's got a lot of stuff in it. I mean, it's moist. I mean, it's not dried out. But I was saying, look what they charge in the store for one lemon. 20 to 30 pesos for a fucking lemon.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. And where did they get it from?
Yeah. Near Dina's house.
Oh, that's the stuff that came near Dennis's house? That was even down the road here? No shit? Oh, God, we got a supply here. Same shit, it's citric acid and all that. So, yeah, have to do research. Yeah, I know, it does look like the largest calamansi you'd ever seen. Calamansi, as most of you know, they're very small, green, they're very small, and you'll see them used in a lot of dishes out here. Even with the shomai, they give you some, it's made of peppers and calamansi and vinegar, whatever. red peppers and whatnot, and it's really tasty actually. And you take your shomai and you dip it in that. But man, this shit, that's a powerful cup of tea, folks. That's a man. It gets my stamp of approval. If I'm going to put my sunglasses around it, then my stamp of approval. High pheno, yeah, olive oil, or it's a waste. Yeah, I'm being more careful. You know, you can buy, and I'll give you a little hint. Some of Kirkland's products on olive oil are really not too bad. And they're certified organic and certified this and that and this and that. So don't be shy around Kirkland because you think it's a cheap brand or something. No, Kirkland does make some good, the main thing is it really should come from Italy and it should be certified to be the real McCoy. It should be certified. If it's not, you're just kind of wasting your money because I'll be honest with you, olive oil is very expensive. And you could cook with it, but olive oil is really made to be put on something. Bread, Italians do it. That's one of their favorite things to do. Greeks too, but Italians they dip their bread in olive oil and they eat it regularly. That's why a lot of people live longer. And yes, it does have to do with the arteries and everything like that. It certainly does. Hold on a second here. But I ran out of olive oil about 2 weeks ago. And I refused to buy anything locally here. I'd have to order it on Lasada or something. Or just wait until I make my next trip to Cebu. But yeah, that's always belongs on my shelf. I do not let the kids or anything use it to go fry anything up and waste it. They will be using, what are they using? Which is not good. It's not terribly bad, but it is a seed. They use canola. Okay, they use canola. Which, if you have to fry with something, canola would be not 100% bad, but it's still not good. Saturated fats and all kinds of shit. Now, any seed oil you want to avoid with a passion, any vegetable oil, any seed oil, that's a death wish. That's all I can tell you. It's a death wish. Because out here in the Philippines, they fry everything. There's nothing that goes unfried. Even fried bananas. They love that. Boy, do they love that. With a passion. She's done that. She's made a lot of bananas. But what did she do with them? I think she boiled them first, then fried them or something. Anyway, back to our topic. And I know we're kind of leading into a whole bunch of different shit. But then again, that's what I do on my show anyway. Yeah, I just think... I'm just a believer in that, you just have one fucking life, man. And try to put some elements in your life that's at least good besides anything that's bad. Try to create a balance in your life if you possibly can, or make an effort at doing so. It does make a difference. And you will live longer and healthier. Get rid of the bad habits. I'm one of them that should. But I'm really proud to say that otherwise, besides one of my bad habits, and I make a point of it. I don't hide the fact that I smoke cigarettes. And I'm not making excuses on how much I smoke. It's not as much as people think. Hey, I'm smoking right now as I'm talking to you. I'll smoke not even half a cigarette, maybe take 4 drags out of the whole cigarette, and I throw the whole goddamn thing away, which is a waste of money, but it's that much less going on my body. It gets this positive and negatives you could look at it, but smoking, period, is not good for you. That's my one bad. That's definitely my one bad. I wish I never, ever picked up a cigarette in my life. I regret it. But having parents that smoked probably contributed to that. And of course, peer pressure too. In high school, other people were smoking. But I only experimented in high school. I wasn't smoking cigarettes on any level or basis at all. It wasn't until I was going to college, and I was still only experiencing. Even the whole time I went to college. There's two colleges. I wasn't like smoking regularly. I'd buy some cigarettes now and then, and I'd have some cigarettes and all that. Then after a while, I started buying them regularly, but still wasn't smoking a lot. I still wasn't. No, I wasn't. By the way, from the point of time that I told you I was sitting here smoking a cigarette, I was already done. I was already done and over with. If that gives you an example. People like Popeye say, yeah, Frank, chain smoke. No, I don't chain smoke, Robert. And who's to say that you don't smoke? We don't know that as a fact. I think you do, because one smoker to another, I could listen to your voice, how gravelly it gets. Hey, my voice changed through the years. Sure, it changes things. But I could listen to Popeye, and I could definitely tell you that he smokes. That little telltale cough at the end of his sentence, and I don't even do that a lot. I think he's smoking the filterless shit. That's what I think he's smoking. This is not exactly a tasty drink I got here. But I'm going to finish it, though. Blech, really. What's that? My dad, Regent says, my dad smoked for over 20 years without me or my brother knowing he smoked. Really? He really? What is about the lead is good? Mike says, what is the lead content in that cacao? I don't know. I don't think they're actually going to put it on the label and say there's lead in here. It says the lead is good. It helps you forget all your problems. Lead? How about all the chemicals in a cigarette? Oh yeah, there's a lot. They purposely put these additives in there to get you addicted. But they purposely did it to get, he started out, you remember with the camel cigarettes like Popeye smokes, They used the camel, who looked like a really cool camel. He had a scarf around his neck, he had the sunglasses on, the cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and like a cartoon character. And the kids thought that was cool. So it was cool to smoke. Now back in the 50s especially, when smoking really took place, when women, even prior to the 50s, but certainly in the 50s, were smoking because they thought it was glamorous, because they saw all these stars on the silver screen smoking, and they thought it was sexy, and they thought it was attractive, and they thought it was the thing to do. Peer pressure. It was glamorous to smoke, but a lot of them died of lung cancer. It was funny because I think the Marlboro Man, I don't think he died of lung cancer. That was a funny thing. Telly Savalas died of lung cancer. Remember Telly Savalas with a bald head, kind of looked like Barry? So let's just sum it up that no, it's not a good thing to do. Okay? And you don't have to tell me about it. I know. Every time I light up, I know. Yeah, he hid it from you because he didn't want your kids to smoke. He had a secret habit. He didn't want, but I'm sure you should have been able to smell the tobacco somewhere. I don't know how he hid that, because that's telltale. Me, I'm at least respectable, and I'll change my shirts. I always wear a t-shirt to bed. I don't want to get bit by anything, have to be an ambient mosquito around or something like that. I always change my t-shirt. And twice a day, actually, I always change my t-shirt. Because to a non-smoker, they smell this shit more than you would. I use mouthwash. I'm very respectable around her. I don't smoke around her. If I'm outside and I'm smoking, I will be downwind of her. So I'm respectable in that fact that she doesn't have to inhale the crap that I'm inhaling. It's only fair. And you don't need to smoke to get emphysema lung cancer. You don't need to. The environment is doing a pretty damn good job. I think if you've never smoked a cigarette in your life and you live, especially in urban, it's not about smoking this whole show, but since we're on that subject, if you live in an urban environment, you're smoking whether you know it or not. Maybe you're not getting the thousands of chemicals they put in the cigarette, but you're getting enough, and your lungs are probably not pink and so healthy looking as you think they are. If you had a way of actually looking at your lungs as a non-smoker, you'd be awfully surprised. You'd be awfully surprised. You might as well put your fucking mouth on an exhaust pipe on a fucking jeepney, because that's what you're getting, especially out here in a third world country. Surprise! Surprise, surprise, surprise. So let's just leave it off as saying, smoking is not good. I do not encourage anybody to smoke, to continue to smoke. If you could find a way to quit, try. It's very hard, and I know that to be very true. You know, the funny thing is I get mad at myself. I was living in Hawaii, and I decided to quit smoking. Okay, so I did. I was successful for a couple of months. Wow, fantastic. I got to the point where that shit got out of my system. I didn't need to smoke anymore. I didn't go out and buy a pack. But then what happens is what normally happens. You might have some emotional or stressful moments in your life, and you just say, fuck it, I'm going to buy a pack. There was another time in Hawaii I quit smoking prior to that. And I'd be out somewhere. I didn't buy any cigarettes. I didn't buy them. I was in stores, but I didn't buy. But I'd see somebody smoking, and I kind of gave in. You know, gave them 50 cents even for a cigarette. Can you spare a cigarette? And with money in my hand, I said, sure. You know, cigarettes are expensive. In Hawaii, I mean, God, 10, 12, 15 bucks a pack, whatever they are these days. Other places, even more than that. Then I'd feel guilty for smoking. And guess what would happen? Take a wild guess what happened. I say, fuck it, I already ruined it for myself. Might as well buy a pack. You can't go around all the time asking people for a cigarette because you don't want to buy a pack. Not that you don't want to spend the money on a pack. It doesn't have to do with finance. It doesn't have to do with money, the amount. It doesn't have anything to do with that at all. Not at all. It's just that, it's just like drinking. You're going to quit drinking, and all it takes is one other drink, and you're going back to drinking again. Ask Jim. Ask Jim about that. Oh, this is strong. My bad. But the fact is, you got to put your mind to it, because what I did that time when I successfully quit, and my brother was happy about it. He didn't want to see me smoke, you know. Didn't even think about it. I'd get up every day, do things, and it didn't require a cigarette, you know. God, that felt so good, because you know what it is? You feel empowered. That's the word. You feel empowered when you could conquer something, whether it's drinking, whether it's smoking. You feel a feeling of empowerment that you never felt before. That I tore this puppy in half. I threw that trombone out the window, quoting Overstate Road, trombone. I love that one. It's one of his originals I like. That trombone. I love it, actually. And it felt so good. It felt so good. Empowerment, my friends, empowerment. That's empowerment. When you can take control of something that's taking control of you. Pun intended, Regent. Regent says, bumming smokes off people is a bummer. Pun intended, yeah. Yeah, like the bummer. Absolutely. That's how it starts. If you're going to quit, you just quit and you go through the agony of defeat. It doesn't affect your feet, but the agony of defeat, just get off it. The way it works when you smoke it all the time, you don't even think about quitting. It's like when you're running low, it's toward the night, and you don't have many cigarettes left. You're thinking about tomorrow morning. How long is it going to take before you're going to go to the store again? You're going to need to buy another pack. And by the way, I don't buy a bunch of packs of cigarettes per day. It's a pack per day. However, like I said, not that I need accolades, I don't smoke a whole cigarette. It's more of a nervous habit. I'll stand out there, I might be talking to you guys on here. You know it, I might be smoking at the time. I just take a matter of the most, maybe 4 drags, not even half a cigarette, and then I dispose of it. When I was in Hawaii, one of my brother's friends, and I'll get off the subject of smoking, but one of my brother's friends come over and had a coffee can, whatever it was, I used to dye my cigarettes out in. These were like half a cigarette left. And because tobacco was so expensive, what a waste, right? So one of his friends, could I have your leftovers, your smalls? Well, that's jail talk, smalls. Barry would know that. Although they don't use that terminology here in the Philippines. In America, they call them, usually prisoners and stuff like that, they call them smalls. I said, yeah, take them. They'd open it up and they'd take all the tobacco out of it. They got rolling paper and they roll it up. I said, take them whatever you want, Come over regularly and take them. Because a lot of these people could not afford to buy a pack of cigarettes. And if you were even a name brand with so much money. I talked to a gal working in 7-Eleven down in Curtistown, which is the next town where I lived. I know you love all these stories. And she worked that job. This is how sad it gets. Both her and her husband smoked. And the money she was making at working at 7-Eleven was the money she needed to support the habit between her and her husband. I'm not shitting you. That's how bad it gets and how expensive it gets these days. Even if you buy a generic brand, they are more affordable than the name brands, but it's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. Obama gets fleeced for 10 cigarettes a day. Perhaps. I think he started smoking again because he was talking about it. I think I'm going to go back to smoking, because you're nerved up. You're in prison, man. Fucking yeah, I understand that, man. Come on. Shit, I might be smoking like a fish if I was in, never mind half a cigarette, man. It's hard to get cigarettes to begin with, and you're not going to go smoke 4 drags of a cigarette and throw it away. No, you're not in prison. You're going to smoke that trombone down to the fucking filter. My girlfriend actually out there, and Marlene in the Philippines, she's Filipino. And she smoked, but when she smoked, man, she'd be on the phone with her sister or daughter or something, and she's sitting there on my deck smoking. And she'd take that puppy, that trombone, all the way down to the filter, the worst part of it, She was very money conscious. She had money in the bank, a couple $100,000 in fact, though she acted like she didn't have anything. But I've seen her papers. Believe me, I am clever. I've seen what she was worth. When I kicked her out and she left some of her financial papers behind, I was quick to look at it. One bank account alone, she had $170,000. And then she had another bank account. I don't know what was in that. Because she married some Portuguese guy, and they had a house that was worth about, $560,000. So they went in half. So she got some, well, I don't know, do math on that. She made like 260,000, whatever it was on there, plus the furniture, which was nice furniture, a sleigh bed and all kinds of good shit, which she sold and got even more money for. Didn't even use it. If you seen where she was living at the time, you'd say, God, man, keep some nice furniture. But it wasn't a nice place to even put nice furniture in, so I understand. Oh yeah, that's what they do. And she seen that I had a house and all that. She figures that Frank is bullshit. He's got money. Then when she sat down and she was watching this movie, which just happened to be Grey Gardens. Here we go with the Grey Gardens. And she seen my name on there. She thought that, man, this guy's got money to have his name on a fucking award-winning movie. He's got to have money. He's bullshitting. And one of her famous lines, and I'll use her accent too, oh, you got the money. You got plenty, not plenty, but plenty. You got plenty of money, which I didn't. I never did. And I was paying a mortgage on the house. I wasn't rich in any form or way. Then to make it even worse, according to how you look at it, what happened was that she saw I was getting orders, especially when HBO, when Grey Gardens movie was put on HBO. And everybody who was really into the Grey Gardens thing and Edith Beale, they were going crazy to try to find pictures of her. Who was selling it? Well, I was selling these photographs on eBay at the time. And I was getting these orders coming in practically left and right. I don't know about that intense, but I was getting orders. And we were about to leave the door I go, wait a minute, I got another order. I got to fill this order. And what that meant was I had to look at what size picture they wanted, what's the quantity, or how many different pictures they wanted. I had my contacts in Seattle, a guy who ran a lab, and we had this arrangement. I'd write him and say, okay, I need one copy, an 8x10 of image number 13, whatever it was. And I need an 11 by 14 size of image number 8. So he had the images all down. So he knew exactly what images they were. Okay. And he'd print it up, and what would happen is he would mail it out himself. Of course, there's a charge to this, but I was making such profit because what I was paying for the prints was not a lot of money. So I'd sell an 8x10 for like 25, 35 bucks. I'd sell 11 by 14 anywhere from 50 to 75 bucks. Pretty cool, huh? It didn't cost that much for him to print them. 11 by 14 might cost me $8 to print up. At 8 by 10 would cost maybe $4 or $5. So I put my cost or whatever on it, on top of it, you know. He would, when he had a chance, walk this over to the post office, packaged up. He'd have the name of the seller, the address, and he'd mail it out to them. It was a pretty cool operation. I thought it was great. I think he's still running his, but his name is Dale. I haven't been in touch with him in a while, but I kept in touch. But I'm not involved with selling these pictures anymore. I could, but I think, you know, the thrill is gone, you know what I mean? Different generations now. Some don't even know who she is, but there are some very avid fans of Edith Beale and Grey Gardens lovers. Absolutely, there still is. It was a cult following, which you don't understand. Well, who the fuck is she? It was a fucking cult following. It was almost like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Not as intense as that, but transsexual. And people followed this shit, man. They loved her because she was quirky. The gays loved her. I mean, she still has a following today, but it's not worth me. I do have negatives that do belong to me. I had sold my negative collection, but I did not sell everything. I kept certain ones for myself, and sure, I could get them printed up and try to sell them on eBay. It's just not worth it. Enough is enough, you know. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it for this morning. Now I had my very quirky tea this morning. This was even more bizarro than what I normally have. I just discovered I still had the special dark 100% cacao. Right, Popeye? I had that. I thought I'd put it. I'm going to take a few more sips because this is just too powerful. Oh, the antioxidants flowing through my veins right now after I smoked a cigarette. Laugh, Popeye. Come on, come on. Oh, I won't call it a soliloquy anymore. I'll call it a monologue. I know you're just falling apart on that one. I'll cave in, okay? Let's call it a monologue. That I don't have it right. It's a soliloquy to me to find. But if it's really giving you agita, I'll call it a monologue, okay? I'll give in. It's a monologue. All right? To make you feel better. All right. We'll do that for you. We're proud of you. I do gotta go. I'm gonna figure what to eat if my stomach could handle anything after eating drinking a rich cup of tea here. That's as rich as it can possibly get. The ingredients, as I call them, ingredients that's put into there. Anything new from Bummer? He's been posting these rah-rah, American things with music and how he's so proud of America, of being an American, and how he follows MAGA, and how the injustice that's in America against the Republican Party, but he's fallen apart now because his hero is going down in flames. His hero is going down in flames. And when the full Epstein files comes out, his health is going to deteriorate even more than it is. They've showed videos of him walking, and the camera concentrated on both of his lower legs. It is believed two things are going on with him, by the way, Barry, that he is using braces to walk. First off, the theory was that he had some kind of a colostomy bag, or basically a urine bag, catheter, for his pee, because he couldn't hold his pee. Because they seen in the front of him, there was a bulge to the side, and it wasn't his fucking penis. He's hiding a lot from the American public, that's for sure. He's hiding a lot. But he's going down in flames, I'm very happy to say. I don't wish that on everybody, but this guy is evil. Evil speaks, evil makes its appearance, and we know some evil people here on YouTube, don't we? Pure, unadulterated fucking evil. That's part of their life and their makeup. We don't need these evil people, do we? They got to go down in flames too, in a big way. Oh my God, where are these things coming from? Jesus Christ, there we go with the ants again. You want to see this? Because there might have been some cocoa on the floor. Do you see this? Look. Okay. A little bit of food on the floor. Been some little particles of the cocoa that I just took out. They could have been. It doesn't take much. That's a smorgasbord to them. To them, that little shit was as little to you is a fucking buffet to these little fuckers. It's a freaking buffet. And we joke about ants a lot on here, but yeah, there's ants everywhere, man. Everywhere you go, not just in the Philippines. And you'd be surprised also how many mosquitoes actually are in Alaska. You go live in the Alaska bush, you're either going to have to become immune somehow, or you're going to have to wear something or just cover up from head to toe. I think one of the worst places, I think it's the worst place, is Alaska. You wouldn't think in a country like that there'd be so many mosquitoes, but there is. Live and learn on my show. Okay, I do gotta go. I gotta figure, I don't know, I might hold off on eating because that cocoa in my tea was awfully heavy. It was some pretty heavy duty shit. I'm gonna hold off on what I'm eating this morning. Give my stomach a rest. Too much caffeine in there. Green tea contains caffeine, not a lot, but it contains caffeine. You can't get away with that. And you don't want to buy decaffeinated because it doesn't carry all that wonderful chemicals in there, as much of it as regular caffeinated tea does. Keep that in mind. You're getting less of the polyphenols and whatever you get in tea by buying decaffeinated. Oh, you'll get some of the good shit in there decaffeinated. It's hard to find decaffeinated around here. You might get 2 bags or whatever. And even decaffeinated, still has some caffeine in it. It's not totally without caffeine. It has caffeine, just a reduced amount. So it's kind of a bullshit thing going on when they're going to label something caffeine free when you know damn well that it's not. Lies, lies, and pure lies everywhere. In life, on YouTube, all lies. People can't keep it real. Yeah, go to the bars, get fucking drunk, stupid, and make an ass of yourself. If that's the only way you can get women, God bless you. But I just think it's pretty sad. And that pattern will continue all their life. They never will be able to get a true woman that's really interested in them for them, their personality. No. They're going to go on the rest of their life drinking, killing their liver, making a fool out of themselves in public, and pretending that they're you're a ladies' man when you're so far from being a ladies' man. So dramatically far. It's the liquor talking. It's the desperation talking. It's all it is. You know that. I know that. So, are we supposed to envy these alcoholics going to bars and cavorting with all these women? Well, if that's what you want. It's your gig. But we all know you wouldn't be able to have a woman stand by your side.
Warning daw sa kacampuran.
You can read that. You understand, huh?
Oh, yeah?
You understand that? Well, I've been going to choose that. Say hello. Say hello. You gave him no one.
And no sooner than he got to the Philippines, correct me if I'm wrong. Good day, mates. We got a nice sunny day here on the island. A little something planned for the afternoon. Right now, just finished my lunch. I'm not even going to tell you what I had for lunch. You wouldn't believe it. Oh, yeah. I do eat some weird shit sometimes. But it's not weird to me. It's actually very healthy. I thought Abba was going to make a trip to Bantayan Island to say hello. Jesus Christ, the fucking beer and booze he drinks. I don't see how his body contains that shit. I really don't. Well, you know, being a non-drinker, but someone who knows what alcohol is. No. I made kind of a bean salad type thing for lunch. It's quite palatable. No meat. There's no meat. I control portions of meat that I eat. And I'm not always, I do eat a lot of chicken, but sometimes I hold back on the chicken a bit, you know, because I'm getting much too much protein from that. Well, no, actually, my protein intake for the day at my age should be a lot more protein that I actually take. I was thinking of buying this, ordering some kind of organic protein powder. I was thinking, pardon me again. Wow, 22 people here. You gotta be kidding me. Right away, 22 fucking people. Jesus, Jesus. Jesus, Joseph and Mary. We got a lively crowd here today. Wow. So Abo is in Thailand. I seen the bucks he was giving this 7-Eleven lookalike store. Sitting there smoking his... He was in a bar last night, drinking his ass off. I guess it didn't work out. He didn't take anybody home because, well, he wouldn't have went to Thailand. Try it out here, and I'll go to another country, try it out there, see if I get lucky. Well, Ricky does that same thing too, doesn't he? Yeah. Guess he didn't get lucky, even if you had to pay for it. How sad. You pay, you pay. And that they do. I don't know. I've never seen anybody suck down so much fucking alcohol as that. Anthony. Hello, Anthony. Abo looks like he gained... Yeah, he does look a little weighty. And I noticed it in his face and his cheeks. Well, that alcohol consumption puts on weight. You'd have to go to the gym pretty damn often to lose 25 pounds or so. I mean, it's, yeah. He's in Bali. Bali? The fuck is he doing in Bali? That's something different. You don't hear anybody going to Bali. Well, he came into the Philippines, did he not? Or did he go straight to Bali? Maybe I got it wrong. He went straight to Bali. He didn't come to the Philippines. I thought he came to the Philippines. No, I don't know. I got my information, my wires crossed or something in there. He usually always makes a trip to the Philippines. But Bali? Well, that's something different. I don't hear anybody going to Bali. Well, that's new to me. What happened to Bantayan Island? He wanted to greet me. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. Robert Morris. You're not Morris over from Hawaii. No, his name was John. No, his name was John. I knew a John Morris over in Hawaii. I think he follows me. Well, he used to anyway. No, my stomach is not fulfilled with what I had to eat. Not really. I've been cutting out certain stuff. Keeping my weight pretty goddamn stable, too. Not that I was gaining weight. 31 strong here. What the fuck? 31. 31 people here. Are you all subscribers? Then the 16. Nah, somebody's fucking around. Or, I don't know, people could think I'm TikTok, the vertical and all that stuff. I mean, they come in, they see, oh, there's nobody on camera, so they disappear. Still, the numbers are pretty damn good, for my show anyway. At this time of day, actually, absolutely this time of day. Them's good numbers. Them's good numbers. Bali, what the fuck is he doing in Bali? He can't find women in the Philippines, he can't find them in Thailand. What makes he's going to get them in Bali? I don't know. Whatever, you know. It's his money. Searching the world just to get laid. Spending all kinds of money on airplanes and hotels and everything just to get fucking laid when you could do that in your own fucking country. I don't get it. Is it that bad? I mean, is it really that bad? Hell, I wouldn't do that kind of shit. Hell no. That's pretty pathetic. Pretty bad. So, what's going on today? Haven't been on YouTube too much. I did a couple of uploads or something this morning of Jay's escapades in a bar. I don't advocate that kind of life, of course, but to each his own. I don't have to worry about getting women because I already have one for a very long period of time, so I don't have to float around desperately seeking Susan, if you remember that movie, Desperately Seeking Susan. Or maybe even Ralph. It's quite possible he's seeking Ralph besides Susan. You just never know. Okay, why do I call myself the survivor of Philippines? Been through a lot of shit out here, still here. And of course, surviving the culture, stuff like that. There's a lot of things you encounter out here, and you got to acclimate yourself to many, many things out here. Language, and fortunately, English is a second language, so that works out real well, mostly. Culture, all that stuff. So, religious beliefs, different ceremonies they have out here, religious, different superstitions they have out here, which are pretty wild, really wild. They are very superstitious here. I'm not that superstitious, really. I don't see a black cat and think, oh, gee, that's bad luck all day, or break a mirror and I got 7 years bad luck. Nothing of that sort. If I break a mirror, it's because I'm ugly as fucking sin. Obviously, I'm not a narcissist to make that statement. Been called everything else, but yeah. No, I'm not vain. Vanity is not part of my nature. I like to keep myself looking good, but there's nothing about vanity. I don't walk around with the fanciest clothes, and sometimes I have some ragtag shorts on and stuff like that, or t-shirts I've had for a while. I'm not, what am I dressing up for? I'm in the fucking Philippines, Except if, if I'm out in a big city somewhere and I go out to a restaurant, yeah, I'll dress up nice and all that. Well, more decent anyway. I don't need to dress up in the Philippines. It doesn't take much to blend in out here. Just put a goddamn pair of shorts on, even if they're ratty looking, you fit in. It's all good. That's one thing about here. You don't have to dress up for anything. A pair of shorts and a t-shirt is quite adequate. What's going on with your day? At this moment, there's nothing going on here at all. We got a few of the kids that went back home. They got to go to school or work, whatever. Oh, thank goodness. I don't mind them being around, but they completely take over my living room. I haven't turned the TV on all goddamn day. I've been too busy. Been running around a little bit today. And I don't normally. Late afternoon or something, I may decide to watch and see if there's something on TV. And what's life like in the Philippines? It's fucking boring. Well, okay, it's according to what your age is. If you're a lot younger, then maybe there's certain physical things or activities related that you can do better than an older man. Sure. And I live in the only place, I believe, in the Philippines that offers tandem skydiving, right here at the airport. And they're making good business. You're talking 26 to 30,000 just to fly you up in the sky and have you jump out of a fucking door. I don't see the logic in that. But these are adrenaline junkies. Hello, Mr. Bill. Hi, Frank. I'm just playing catch up. I probably have a few gaps. So I got a few gaps too. I thought Abo Man was in Philippines, but they're telling me he's in Bali. And I saw a video he has on. He was using some weird looking money. So I don't know what the fuck it was. Supposedly he's not in the Philippines. Not that it really matters to me, but I mean, I was understanding. Did he come to the Philippines and all of a sudden just jump shoot to Bali? I don't know. That if that's the case, he wasn't here very long at all. I thought he was going to grace me with a visit here. So Jay is in Bali. It's very cheap for Aussies to go there. Very easy. Well, yeah, cheap is the key word there for Mr. Bitcoin millionaire. He's sucking down these beers like $6 a can. $6. He buys some Aussie beer. And he goes to this little mart, M Mart. He buys some of this fucking expensive fucking beer. He can't be without alcohol. Then he shows this expensive bottle of booze that he says would cost $80 in Australia, but maybe $40 in Bali or something. It's a really good deal, he says. A really good deal. Yeah, for an alcoholic. But you got to have, you can't survive without liquor and cigarettes, both. I mean, I could survive without cigarettes, I'd be healthier, but it's a choice I have to make. But, Mr. Bill, in fact, my regional town north of Sydney just opened international flight to Bali in Singapore. I can have breakfast here and dinner in Singapore now. Where are you now, Mr. Bill? And where are you from? You're from Australia? I don't, you come on here a lot. I don't know much of your background. Are you an Aussie? And to Singapore, that's a hell of an expensive place to go. That's a hell of an expensive place, but it's clean, 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 I understand. And you can't even spit in the streets, you'll be arrested. You're in, oh, really? Okay. You're an Australian. So what do you think of Abo, man? Is he a good representative of the gentleman of the great country of Australia? Or do people look down on a pig like him? Do tell. Yeah, since my room is air conditioned, I'm doing a late exercise today. I didn't do it this morning. Been out of running the air conditioner. I need to catch up on that shit. Nothing radical, but I've been kind of laying around quite a bit, and I got to get my blood flowing. Got to get the river moving. You can get too laid back sometimes, but truthfully, when people, and I'll give them an honest answer, what's there to do in the Philippines? Well, it's really according to your activity levels. Are you involved with some kind of sports or something? You have a particular hobby? Do you have the energy to do? Can you even walk without, and some of them can't, like Mike's Philippines retirement, can't even walk without getting out of breath. And then you're stuck home because you can't do much activity because you got a bad heart like he does. He doesn't want to admit how bad it is. He's trying to write it off from one doctor's report. That's bad stuff to do, man. That's some bad shit. Let's see. The continuing saga was the new saga now is Jim and Ricky is the new news, the new assailants here on YouTube land. However, what's that, Mr. Bill says? I don't like the stories of him abandoning children. It's like he thinks outside the box and isn't a typical normie. Well, he did abandon his children in the Philippines, so he can't afford to talk anything about anybody besides his chain smoking and his chain drinking and his debaucherous lifestyle. He cannot afford to talk about me or anybody, and certainly not me. I live the most stable life of most people on here. Live in one place, have a house. I'm not all over the planet. I'm not a nomad. I'm grounded. I've developed roots. I mean, long-term relationship. I'm able to survive without asking for donations. I mean, If you had to say my life was terrible out here, then you obviously haven't been following me, or just don't want to admit it. That I am living a good life, despite outside annoyances that will be settled eventually. He's a typical Aussie and straight up and down. What you see is what you get. You like that behavior? His debauchery? His using and abusing women? And you are standing up for that? Oh yeah, what you see is what you get. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. He's not hiding anything. Well, he is hiding something. I won't get into that, but he's showing himself as a complete asshole, and it's coming off as he's a complete asshole. So yeah, he doesn't have to put on a show and become somebody else. All he has to do is just be himself. Yeah. Oh, he's pretty much shown what he's all about. That's for damn sure. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Boy, I was looking at some stuff on the internet and, oh, finally. There are some hearings and committees going on right now in regards to, they don't call it UFOs anymore, they call it unidentified, anomalous, and what's the P word on there? It's UAPs, they call it. Phenomena, whatever. And yeah, there are committees discussing this now and evidence being presented. And what it really comes down to is that they are pretty much agreeing with the shared stories from people who held big positions in governmental offices, and army bases and missile bases. And well, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but it just comes down to it's coming out, just like the Epstein files are coming out. This is coming out. I'll stick to the old word UFOs. They changed it, vernacular on that. Oh, I've always believed in it. Why should we be? You have to be awfully arrogant to think that with all the possible planets and how many galaxies, millions and billions, that we're the only planet that has life on it? I mean, come on, get real. You have to be awfully arrogant to believe otherwise. They've spotted things that we do not have the technology of ever doing. Something could stop in the middle of the sky for a second and take off like warp speed, like warp 3 or more in a matter of a half a second. No, we don't have the technology for that. Some of it's coming out of the ocean too, which is a great place to hide. I mean, after all, a planet is like, what the hell is it really? Realistically, about 65, 75% water. If you think about it, there's my famous 13 count on here. My 13 regulars, anyway. But I'm glad that they're addressing this, and the people want to know. The people are, I think, mature enough to accept the fact that this planet has been visited by life forms that were not originated, and some actually even originated on this planet, actually, that are terrestrial rather than extraterrestrial. You got to know the difference out of the planet and on the planet. Mr. Bill, no, Mr. Is Jay in trouble in the Philippines? How come he's in Bali? The way Jay used to talk, the Philippines was number one for him, and everywhere else was a waste of time. He's got some enemies here, including me. I thought he was going to come to my door and tell me how he feels. Shit, that would have been the first thing I did. I was going to be on a trip like that. He's got a lot of people that don't like him, okay? He said on the show, tell me one person, he said, that I've ever had a problem with that I backed out on meeting and stuff. He said a lot of people threatened him, but nobody ever came for him. Yes, they did. Many people, not many, but there were a few I know of in the past, and he just disappeared. He took his videos down like other people do on here regularly, and he does that regularly. He does a hit and run. He does a hit and run. Jay's probably in trouble in a lot of different ways. There's a lot of things going on behind the scene, okay? Now, the other thing is, I don't know if the mother of his children in the Philippines, this could have progressed if she actually has something out on him to collect child support. She sees probably that he comes to the Philippines, he's spending all his money on booze and women, and she needs to take care of her children. Irresponsible bastard that he is, wants to live this debaucherous lifestyle with no sympathy, no heart for the children he has in the Philippines. You can't excuse that kind of behavior with anybody. Barry's the same thing. He ran out on his child support, and that's why he originally moved to the Philippines. He didn't want the responsibility. He wanted to smoke his cigarettes and drink his booze and whatever else he did. God only knows in America. These are just irresponsible people. And they think they could get away with all kinds of shit, but that's not true. It's always comes to the point that something happens and there you are. There you are. What they thought, what they could get away with. People like him are always in trouble. That's why they run back and forth. Even Ricky goes back and forth in the countries because as big as Ricky is, Ricky don't want to face anybody. No, he don't. I don't know a fraction of what you guys have up all your got up all your lives, especially when everyone is over 40. Well, you think they were mature men, but they act like little children. And they bitch and whine like little children. They act like little children. They act like they're going through puberty or something. They think they could get away with a whole lot of shit, but you don't fuck around, as you'll know, in a foreign country. That's the last thing you want to do. Bueno Cano is back. Bueno Cano. Welcome back, Bueno Cano. Okay. Some people are open book, though. Oh, yeah. It's pretty obvious. You know who they are. Everybody is Mr. Good. They don't get involved in anybody else's affairs. How often have we heard this shit? I had nothing to do with this. I didn't participate in that. That's not my doing. I have no involvement in that. How many times have we heard that before? Like Jim, if you ask me, I saw him for 2 seconds. You can tell he's the next con. Well, he already said he was. Good observation. The Tats were in jail, and he already said he's been in jail on and off. He was into cocaine and all kinds of drugs and shit, and he still is. And whatever he's getting, actually, and he could probably get anything in where he's living. That's probably why he's there. Drinking constantly, very belligerent. He can't handle. What makes it worse is he's a binge drinker. And they're the worst. And when they start drinking, and I knew a number of binge drinkers when I lived in, particularly in Seattle and in Hawaii, but more in Seattle. And they can't hold their liquor. They get actually cantankerous. Same with Bama. And you, Frank, don't scream criminal records. What are you saying? Same with Bama. And you, Frank. What do you mean, and me? Me what? I'm no fucking ex-con. Only time I've ever been in fucking jail in my life is for a day and a half. When I had a dispute with my landlord in Seattle to get my deposit back. And I spoke out of line in court. And I spent a day and a half downtown. That was it. Oh, I've had seatbelt violations, a couple of them. No, I don't have no record with the law. No criminal record whatsoever. Oh, I don't scream criminal record. Okay. Yeah, by appearances, tattoos, their demeanor, I get you. I understand. You could look at somebody, you can know that they're die-hard screw-ups. And mostly a lot of guys who have a lot of tattoos. Some of them they got in jail and prison. You can always tell a jailbird. Especially when they have something ridiculous written across their fucking neck. And they got all kinds of shit on their face. They're all scumbags. They're low-life street urchins. I think people who, and some people like tattoos, but I have an opinion. I think most people who get tattoos are looking for attention. Look at Ricky. He said on one of his shows, he didn't get a lot of attention when he was a kid growing up. And that's why he is the way he is. At a Biden thing, political rallies in the United States, that he's really out there looking like a fucking maniac, yelling at candidates, and what he does on his show. Man, you're bound to get fucking just tagged with a baseball bat at some point, man, or worse. I don't know, man. How do you continue that kind of behavior, man? Are they that oblivious to the possibilities of their behavior? I don't get it, man. Mr. Bill said, I like that about Jay. He's tough and doesn't need... He ain't no fuck. He's a fucking pussy. He's a fucking pussy. He did have incidents where he never showed up. People challenged him here in the Philippines. He's a fucking pussy. And he doesn't want anything to do with the law. Then they'll say things, oh, gee, if you meet up with Frank, he's going to have his camera out. Watch out for that. You're damn fucking right I am. You're damn fucking right I'm going to have my camera around somewhere. You got that right. That's one thing you do got right. So I could prove to the law that either I was accosted or was harassed or whatever the situation, or somebody struck me. Fuck yeah. I'd be a stupid motherfucking ass if I didn't do that. You gotta protect yourself out here, because they could try to turn things around like that's never happened to me and say that you did this and you did that. I think I'm quite familiar with that one, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Bill, if you support this fucking hooligan, you don't belong on my show. I appreciate you coming by. I really do. Now you can attack me on other people's channels. That's how it usually works. I know the score. That's okay. I'm not gonna cry over it. But if you could stand up for someone like Abo Man, then you gotta be just as screwed up as him. Because his behavior is inexcusable on every level possible. All right, now that we got rid of you. I allow you to come on my show, but I didn't know that your psyche, I didn't know that your morals and values would support a man like Abo Man. Or maybe because he's a countryman or something of yours. But no. I'm sorry. No. I'm not going to have anybody on my show that would support a piece of shit like him. My show, I could put on here whoever the hell I want. And I decided to get him off here. I know they're pretty wackadoodle in Australia. I know that. Australians have a kind of a really interesting constitution, personal constitution of behavior, and as such, they all think they're a Crocodile Dundee or something out there. Some of them are, actually. But I say to these Aussies, go find a fucking Joey, go find a kangaroo, and they'll outbox you like a motherfucker. Oh, I see now. He was a fan. That's why he's protecting him. He's a fan of the ape man, Apple Man. Ape Man, that works too. Ape Man is good too. He's just an ugly motherfucker, man. He looks like he was rode hard for his age, man. And he's still what? What is he, around 50 or 40s or something? His face is all weathered looking and just distorted. And apparently he gained more weight again. Someone said he gained about 25 pounds. So why is he going to the gym? If you're going to drink all that fucking booze, you ain't going to lose no fucking weight. Hell no. Hell no, you're not going to lose any fucking weight. It defeats the purpose. And he wants to get healthy, and he was crying once about, God, I hate anything with preservatives in it. Hey, I eat things with preservatives. I don't give a fuck. Eats things with preservatives, but he chain smokes. The guy smokes about 3 fucking packs a day. Chain smokes them. And he's drinking every single fucking day. That's the bad news bears right there, buddy. Drinking every fucking day. Jesus Christ, give your liver a rest. And if you had a lover, give her a rest. But he's got no lover, so you don't pay for. He is scum of the earth. You can't get any lower unless you're on the level of the other guy that's in jail right now. But you see, they're both friends. If he's such a good friend of, he's such a Bitcoin millionaire, of course he's not. Why don't he go visit the hunchback in jail? And why don't he bail him out since he's so supportive of the hunchback, the cockroach, the gremlin? Why doesn't he not? Same thing with these other fucking fools. They have a big talk, but they don't walk the walk. Are you going to support the guy in jail or not? Then shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any shit. Oh, I don't believe he should be in there. He shouldn't be in jail that long. Okay. Remedy the problem. Help him out. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Kano says his new look. What new look? His new look reminds me of Big Neck Ed from 90 Day Fiance. Well, I don't really follow 90 Day. I'll catch it on my phone here. Excerpts of something. But, I used to watch that when I was in Hawaii. I had cable. And that show would come on the, was it Discovery Channel? I forgot what channel it was. But I used to watch it on there. Did you guys see, and you must have seen this on the feed, this is real, this tall woman, she's like one of the tallest people in the world. Her face is kind of skinny with big ears and long nose and glasses. She married he turned into it. Can't figure it out. The tiniest woman in the world. The tiniest woman in the world, maybe standing a foot tall or so. She looks like a wind-up doll. Of course, they can't have sex or nothing, but the tall woman is very bizarre. Picks her up in her hand and watches her dance, and like she's a toy or something. No, this is real. This is not AI. This is real. This is real. I'm not shitting you. If I could find that, I'll do a remix on it and put it on. You wouldn't believe it. It's like this tall woman who looks extraordinarily weird. The contours of her face is extremely tall. And when she stands up near this little woman, I swear to you, the girl comes barely up above her calf line. That's how small. And it's like this tall woman is like making the tiny woman like it's some kind of a doll or a toy to dress up and talk to. And no, it's real. I'm not making up this shit. I'm going to have to find that again. I don't know if I could find that. I will look for it today. I'll try to do like a remix or something on it. If you guys don't believe me, this is not AI. I've seen this before. They've been on before. She's extremely tall, this woman, and odd looking. And wears glasses. And this little woman is well below dwarf stages. She is like one of the tiniest women in the world. She stands the height of a Barbie doll or something, you know. I don't know how it's even possible, but it is. Oh, did you see that, Kano? Alright, so you know I'm not bullshitting. I'm glad you saw that. How bizarre this world is. How bizarre. It's like having a little dancing ballerina. She makes her dance for her. Oh my God. What a fucking crazy, screwed up world we have. Never seen anything like it. That's the most bizarre. I think that's one of the most on the list bizarre things I have seen. Not in person, but on video. The most bizarre thing, the most bizarre relationship ever, ever. I'm gonna have to go walk on the beach or something because I'm going out of my fucking mind and I don't care how hot it is. Yes, it's been pretty much, this morning was okay, but it's otherwise becoming a very boring day today. I'll tell you straight off, I do like the Philippines, but it's just lacking things to do. You'd have to live in a big city. And even if you did, the only things you could do that's any different than living in a small province doesn't have all the amenities of a big city is that you can go to better restaurants, find better food, and you got the mall to go to. Fuck all the historic sites, you know, Magellan's Cross. How many times are you going to see that? How many times are you going to see a church in Cebu? Boring. There is nothing to do except walk the streets, you know, do people watching, eat. You can eat. That's what you do. Eat, drink if you're a drinker, hang around the mall, window shop, or actually buy something. There's nothing to do in Cebu. There's nothing except visit relatives or whatever, or just find different eateries to eat food or buy supplies from. I mean, you know. No, Philippines has a lot of beautiful places. I'll never say it doesn't, but again, the biggest problem, if it was that easy to get around in the Philippines, then I'd say, yeah, I'd be doing more traveling. It's so awkward and so expensive just to go from one place to the other, man. Different forms of transportation, and you're still not there. And for what you pay to go on an airplane from one point to another in the Philippines, you could go to a whole other country round trip. And that's just to go from point A to point B in the Philippines. It's absurd. It's absurd. So you wonder why. There's lots of reasons why I don't travel around the Philippines. It has nothing to do with money, but but on the other hand, if I'm going to put out that much money, if I was able to leave, I'd go to Europe, go somewhere, go to Switzerland. Jesus Christ, what they're charging you just to go, you know, a couple, let's call them states, one state away from where you are, go to Palawan or somewhere, it's costing you a fucking fortune. It's not worth it. Then you got to deal with the heat and humidity, the traffic and the pollution from the traffic, the diesel. You come back sick from your vacation. Hey, every time I even go to Cebu, both of us, I think, most of the time now, we all come back with some kind of sinus infection or something, or a cough or something, or an allergy backs up. It's just about every single time I've gone to Cebu. Because the air, it's bad enough I smoke, and that ain't good. Then you combine it with going to a big urban city where it's like sucking on the back of a fucking exhaust pipe on a bus. You don't come out of there unscathed by the time you get home. There's Big Birch. There's Big Birch. Popeye actually admitted that I actually have a following on here. He broke down. He admitted, well, Frank does have a following, though. He broke down finally. I do have a following. Would you believe I had 30 people watching me earlier, which is unusual for my channel. We're down to 16 now, but yeah. I noticed that I'm not even trying. My subs are going up just slowly, but my subs are going up. They're going up. You know, I was following that guy that was making the trip, but he turned out to be a real asshole. He turned out to be a real asshole. He has a really bad attitude toward people. He's traveling around the world, whatever, on his boat with his wife. And he's like a real snide guy. But I try to see past that and just see the trip he's making and so forth, and what you have to do on a sailboat to get from point A to point B, and the complications and all the protocol and all that shit. Yeah. Bert says, sorry, Popeye, but Frank has real content. Oh, he already knows that. The only time he comes on is to talk about me. So where's the content? Me? That's his whole life? He can't talk about what he does in his life? Hobbies, other than smoking camels and drinking gin and going to the bingo parlor and occasionally to the casino? He's got something going on in his life, but apparently he doesn't. Apparently he doesn't. Hey, I talk about some interesting shit on here, even bringing up that tall lady and the little doll-sized girl. I'll bring up some unusual stuff. I already talked about how committees are now meeting, which is now not called UFOs, but now it's called UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, something like that. They call them UAPs now. They changed the terminology on that. Very interesting to watch. They had people, big people, Congress, all kinds of people, scientists, witnesses in the military, in high positions. They can no longer deny that there's actually life forms out there that do visit. They showed some videos of something that they can't write off as being AI or anything else. They're out there. Like Mulder said, they're out there. They're out there. I've always thought they were. I'm just hoping in my lifetime that they completely come out with this. They tell us exactly what they know, you know, and they have done a great job on hiding records. There's a Freedom of Information Act, and they could choose to destroy it after so many years if they want. They do not want information to get out. Russia's having the same problem. They admit too, with all the UFOs and stuff. And you got to see, there was something the size of a football field that went over an important military missile base in the United States. The thing was the size of a football field, just hovering 200 feet over the base, then disappeared. How do you write that off? Witnesses, everything. But where's the camera when you need it, when they come 200 feet above your place? That's what I want to see. Even though I believe in extraterrestrials, even though I believe in that, I'm also very scientific based. I want to see it too. Don't tell me that something the size of a football field, or 3 football fields, came 200 feet above your head and didn't have any kind of camera equipment on you whatsoever. Okay. But I do believe the stories. They were from very credible people, but what they're trying to do is make people look foolish and ruin their reputation. That's why so many, if you talk about it, because this is one of the most serious things that they've been hiding for so many years, since the 60s. Yes, there has been reverse engineering. That's how we come up with certain military products and other incredible engineering feats. Reverse engineering. Yes, they've had ships that crashed. They have actually had aliens that were alive and died. They have all that information. It's all real. That's one thing I do buy. That's one thing I do believe in. I may not believe in a God or this or that, but I do believe. And I would be an arrogant bastard to say that of all the goddamn galaxies and billions of planets and galaxies, that we're the only one Very special place that has life on it. And life may come in different forms. It could be microscopic. It could be as big as us. It could be half our size. It could come in different shapes and forms. But the one thing that we do know, they are highly intelligent. If you want to compare our technology to theirs, it's like we're in the Stone Age compared to them. Totally in the Stone Age. Imagine having a craft that could hover there for 1 second perfectly still and go warp speed 10 times over in a split second. We don't have anything that could do that. Something that could go light years away in a matter of a short period of time by possibly going through a wormhole, a black hole. We're not there yet. They've been watching us for a long time, is what I think. I even think they're among us, even taking on human form. Do you remember that movie, Them? No, what was it called? You remember where they wear those sunglasses? Special sunglasses, and they could see that the whole society, political, everything was being run by these aliens. You could only see what they really look like through these special glasses. What was it called? Clue me on that one. It's been a while. I'm sure somebody remembers that. I've seen it like 4 or 5 times, but not called Them or They or something. You got to wear these sunglasses to see what they really look like. And there was so much going on billboards and everything that had little hidden messages that people who were not the aliens were seeing. But you really got to open up your mind to this stuff. Just don't follow the cattle of society. Have an open mind. If we're here, there's other civilizations out there too. I have no doubt about it. Because I'm hankering for something. I want to eat something like a piece of chocolate I don't have. Dark chocolate. I don't eat much of it, but the only closest thing I had to it was yesterday morning. Or was that this morning, actually? That was yesterday morning. I had chocolate in my tea. 100% pure cacao. I get a hankering. Not a Kevin Hankinson, but I get a hankering for a good piece of dark chocolate, man. It's hard to find some dark chocolate around here. When you do, it's like 40%, 50% cacao. You gotta have at least 70 minimum ever, but on an average of 80 to get some really good dark chocolate. I get my hankerings for certain food. Anyway, I appreciate if I get an audience with an open mind because I really like to go into these topics. And I'm going to research something I think soon that'll create a wonderful topic that everybody will be able to relate to or be willing to listen to. I am the storyteller on here. But I try to keep my stories as real as possible to keep my audience interested because I can't listen to the crap that's on YouTube right now. It's such nonsense and bullshit and people attacking each other and same old redundancy. They talked about cost of living, this and that. I want to just you want to throw your phone against the wall when you hear that. Who's accusing somebody of doing this and doing that and doing this? How to find women in the Philippines. Why the Philippines lost its luster. Da-da-da-da-da. If it makes news or something and becomes topical, something particular happened in the Philippines, that's great to talk about. Such as the economy tanking. Sure, yeah, I did that. And all around the world what's going on, the Trump situation. I'll even talk a little about Trump, and I hate the son of a bitch, but the more I see his little MAGA shit being destroyed, you know, and see this guy go down, especially with the Epstein files, I can't wait. He's been hiding a whole lot of shit from the American people. He knows a lot more than you think he knows about everything. But he's trying to rule the world with a fucking sharp sword, yelling at reporters, calling them piggies and boring and terrible reporters. He's just so insulting. He's probably a secret YouTuber. No, he doesn't have to be. He's all out there, that guy. Just really insulting the average Joe, the average person. Anyway, actually, I don't want to talk about him. Now that I think about it, I can't stand the guy. I can't stomach this guy at all. I don't give a shit what happens to this guy. I really don't. But whatever's going to happen, I hope it happens, and it happens fast. I don't have to live in the United States to be concerned about the United States. That is my country, after all. Born and raised there. It's not like I hate America. I just don't. The difference is I just don't like what America has come to. And then he's trying to tease people with these $2,000 stimulus, from the tariffs. Yeah, we're going to look into that. I'm thinking more like July of next year of 2026. And, people need this money now. They're hurting with this economy that he says is so strong. But yet he admits he's made a ton of money in the United States from the tariffs. Okay, well, it's time to turn it to the American people. The ballroom, what a fucking waste of money. What did it cost to tear the shit down? $300 million just to tear it down or something? Maybe I got my figures off. The ballroom, and wants to have a statue erected for him, of his likeness. Do people not see what a callous, coward piece of shit that this guy is? What a dictator, what a narcissist, what a self-righteous bastard this guy is? Are people dumb, deaf, and they all blind? I don't get it. There's a lot of things I don't get. There's a lot of things I'm not going to get. Because the world constantly amazes me. I learn new things every single day. I'm looking at people's behavior. And I can't believe how violent people have gotten. I can't believe how self-righteous people have gotten. I can't believe how, I would say, antisocial people have become. How dense people have become. It's like talking to a wall to get through somebody. To get something through their fucking head and their brain. Look in their eyes, there's nobody home. And that famous line created by Barry and still used today is so true. He said, look in my eyes. He said, to be a tough guy, there's nobody home. He didn't realize what he was saying when he was saying that. He's right. There is nobody home. Not in his head. There is nobody home. 300 million just to knock it down. This is a bit of fucking American history, Americana. Unbelievable what they allow this man to do. He's controlling everybody in Congress and the Senate and the American people. Never seen anything like this in my life. I hope he goes down in history as the worst president we've ever had. Ever. Ever. Not you what? Well, I'm going to give it a few more minutes here. Okay, doggies. we are outside for sure. $300 million. Do you know what you could do with $300 million? That's just to knock down the place. $300 million could feed a hell of a lot of people. There was no reason to knock down that extension. This is with this guy's fucking pride, his fucking... Oh my God. How hapless they are with the American people's money. I think his sons are making their own bank. I'm sorry to be so repetitive myself, guys. I really am. But when it comes to Trump, I'm like, besides myself, I cannot believe what this guy is allowed to get away. How many felonies did he have against him? And he got away with that too, didn't he? He's in such control of the government with all his money, payoffs, and everything else that he gets away with all this shit. Totally gets away with it. That's what they do with money. Yeah, let's go back to sticks and stones. And let's see what he's going to do with sticks and stones. Nobody should have that kind of power. He's trying to be a modern day fucking Hitler. He's done a good job of it. Then, not to mention his rudeness and how he talks to people and reporters and other people. I don't know if this air conditioner should be making... I told you, I don't like Samsung. I have it in my room. And listen to that noise. I know it makes the noise, the air conditioner, but... I'm going to clean that filter out today. Yeah, I don't like Samsungs, but we had this one we put in the my bedroom. I mean, it works great. But I wonder... I don't think they got the air conditioner on in the living room. If that's on, I want to listen to that and see which one is quieter. Let me see. Yeah, I've been running 2 air conditioners these days. They got to run in the house. Thank goodness this one's not on. This one is a Matrix DC inverter, R32. And I get this over Samsung any time of day. You could understand why people are leaving America. And if you can't understand it by now, then I guess you never will. It's not the place I grew up with. Again, I'm going to correct things I say. I'm going to correct. I grew up in America. I love America, but I couldn't tolerate America. It's not the same place I knew. Everybody had a dream of a house with a white picket fence and all that shit. That's not the American dream anymore. It's just not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check the filter on that thing. It's due to be changed anyway. It's a thing that slides out. It's a HEPA. I believe it's a HEPA. HEPA. Hubba. All right, I think I'm going to do that right now. My time is valuable too. I don't mind doing shows here. I got something to talk about, and I always do, but there's some things I need to attend to that I'm letting go a little bit too long, such as cleaning these filters out. Having dogs in the house and the normal shit you find in the air, dust and everything, it really does havoc on air conditioners. You got to clean them. It's probably due for another cleaning soon. We do clean them. We do have a guy come over and takes it apart and sprays it down, the whole unit. Anyway, as I think we covered a lot of territory on here. You know who the idiots are on here. You always know who the idiots are. And if you think they're living this wonderful lifestyle, well, think again. Take a good look. Take a good look at yourself. Country and spread your debauchery, you're going to do it in another country. It's like the COVID virus. It can spread from one place to another. Taking advantage of women, treating them like they are nothing more than a piece of meat to serve your fantasies. It's this kind of attitude that really makes foreigners look bad in any country that they're in, not just the Philippines. And that's a sad story. This story could go on and on, but I'm going to make it short and sweet. Sometimes you can't help being who you are. You could be a really cool, good person. You could be a real asswipe. And not people are capable of positive change. It's part of their whole personality, their whole DNA makeup. If you want to go down to that level of DNA, well, some people possess those properties where they are never going to change. These people should not be around women. Now, you've heard about the Epstein files and the thing that Epstein did to women and younger women too, which is predominantly what he did. He liked the 14 and 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds. Now, this is tying into Trump the Chump. And when the documents come out, it's going to reveal all. Witnesses have already revealed it. You can't run away from yourself, and by going to another country and just going back and forth, it's not going to change who you are. If you were a louse on the skin of society in your own country, you're going to be a louse on the skin of society in any country that you step off the plane from, or the boat, however you got there. Some people have the ability to recognize they're wrong, and some people just don't. They don't see themselves as being wrong at all. Many times when they're talking about somebody else on YouTube, it's usually an autobiography about themselves that they don't even realize they're talking about themselves. Whether you go to Philippines, whether you go to Thailand, or whether you go to Bali, you are who you are. And what you see as being righteous, well, they're not looking into the mirror very often and see the horrible things that they do with women. Women are not pieces of meat. They shouldn't be treated that way. They have feelings just as we do. Everybody has a different background. Poverty, or they're wealthy, or they've been abused by men or others. These are events that happen in people's life, and the last thing they need to do is to meet a foreigner that makes all kinds of promises. Stay with me, I'll do this and that. If you remember Big Head Larry, that was a disaster story. Big Head Larry went around and met these Filipinas. He lived in Florida, traveled often, and stay in the Philippines for certain periods of time. His MO was to rent a really run-down, cheap little rental, but actually be staying in a more, well, let's just say a nicer place than that. He would meet the girls, and he would take them to this little shithole and make them believe that's where he was staying. And he would commit formidable acts with young Filipinas. He would make promises of them of a future, that he's going to help their family. All kinds of bullshit, which of course he didn't. So, he didn't even treat them very well. He was another one, like Diablo Man, that had a horrible attitude toward women and what they're only good for. And he got away with it, although families were after him, big time. He would then retreat to the real place he was renting, because he only used that little shithole of a hotel to bring his women, so that when he committed these crimes, they would go to that particular place that he's no longer there. Didn't cost him much money because they were shitholes. So the minute he got together with these women, and once they left, he left that accommodation and went over to the real hotel he was waiting. There's a lot of expats or foreigners, let's say. Expats would imply that you're living in the Philippines, not just visiting for that little action that you're looking for. So let's just call them foreigners. And let's use that label because it's more appropriate. And they get away with a lot of this shit, and some of them actually don't. I don't know, Mr. Philosopher here, I got done listening to this very brilliant man that was on a brilliant man's show. This guy was a scientist in every freaking way in the world. Such an educated man who thought out of the box, and what he said, the planet's already gone. That there is no future for any one of us out here anymore. That our sphere that we live in has become used up and abused, and then we need to find another sphere to live on. But then people would argue and say, well, what good is moving? This applies to everything I'm talking about. What good is moving to another planet and occupying that planet and making it livable if the same kind of people are coming over there? Human nature. Humans have destroyed the very planet that they're on. This rock that's floating through space at I don't know how many thousand miles per hour. We pretty much have ruined the planet already. If radiation doesn't kill the Earth, EMPs, nuclear war, climate change, he believes that it's already too late. Not everybody's going to get away from fossil fuel. That will never happen. That will never happen. Oh, I'm just giving it out. Talking about life in general too. As a species, as humans, as occupants of this sphere that we're living on. This big ass rock floating in space. Now, humans can inhabit another planet if they could find that even possible to achieve. The whole idea is to leave a dying planet. Well, maybe that's what so-called extraterrestrials, but they have different names from now, are trying to do with planet Earth. But then they decided that this was a dying place as possibly their particular planet. So Earth was not the place. It was a place to visit, explore, and many have. They checked things out and they said, this is not the place for us. Not even the water is pure. Of course, if you were as intelligent as a extraterrestrial, you probably would have a wonderful purification process, even with the filthiest waters on the planet. But it is a valuable resource on this planet. Yes, it is. Perhaps some minerals and so forth. And that's why they've even come down. There were minerals, there was water, that they took back home to their dying planet. Perhaps, have an open mind. But nobody wants this planet. Whether you like it or not, this planet is dying, and your future generations are going to die off with this planet just like you will. The guarantee in life is that you will die, and your children's going to die, and your grandchildren are going to die. Nothing but dust in the wind. Might not even be memories to anyone. We exist on this planet on a very minute period of time. It's almost as like we don't exist at all, because basically our time on this planet is so short. You live, well, okay, you're born, you live, you grow, you age, and you die, as well as your children, as well as their children and their children. How many generations are really left for people on this earth until this total destruction? If you think about it, India, Pakistan, America, Russia, and a big list of other countries are all nuclear equipped. It's a matter of time before somebody presses that button, or by accident. One of the phenoms that goes on is that what might be identified as missiles coming in from another country misconstrued because they were objects in the sky that appeared on radar they couldn't identify, and they weren't missiles. This has actually fooled the government many times before, and they had to look into this very carefully. They didn't have much time to act. There's been more and more sightings of what is now called, we call the UFOs. They now have a different name. I forgot what it was again. Just came out with it actually not too long ago. And they could easily be, as I said, misconstrued as a missile coming there. So the United States sees something like that, they assume it's from probably Russia, more likely, and they fire missiles. Well, Russia didn't fire no missiles, but some idiot with the passcodes decided we need to act on this. Well, no missiles coming, none at all. It was these so-called unidentified flying objects. No missiles. This is a scenario that is very real and could actually happen. That could actually happen. Well, people, they laugh about shit like this, but, it's a reality. Afternoon, Snappy. It's actually a reality. I was listening to this one guy, brilliant guy, absolutely brilliant. Although he definitely had some attention deficit disorder, whatever, but he just went on and on from one really deep topic to the other about humanity, science, everything you could possibly think of in one interview. It was really hard to even keep up with it. And it was so intense, but it was very dark. He personally feels this guy has degrees in every endeavor you could believe, that there is no future for the earth. That's too late. That people are not going to change, just like trolls on YouTube. You can't change what can't be changed. And our earth is dying right in front of us, and some people don't see it. Our oceans are not as clean as they used to be. Many species of marine life have long become extinct. More will. And when the ocean dies, so do we. And all it takes is one event. It could be a number of things. Meteor. Nuclear weapons. Ozone layer being totally destroyed. A hole big enough to have the radiation come through and just fry us like a microwave. It could be emissions from the sun, which happens all the time. Spikes of intense energy from the sun, solar flares, as you would call it. All this is real, but the average person does not on a daily basis ever even think about this. You get up in the morning to go to work, or not, or maybe you're retired. The last thing you're thinking of is the very planet that houses you to be gone, or so ill-natured that we're all going to die. Of course, let's be real, you have to go on with life, what we call life. You want to live your life, so you're going to do it any way you can. You're going to practice debauchery. You're going to hurt other people. You're going to do things that maybe are not too nice. Or maybe you're going to beat a few people that actually use their brain on this planet and do good things that only will help other people in society and the planet itself. There's not many left. So the future of the earth is clear. It's not going to be around for a while. Neither are we. So what can you do about it? If you can't stop something and prevent something, what can you do about it? Well, there's things you can do, but on a level as a single person, single entity, not much you can do. But if you get enough people like-minded together, you can do something and make changes, but some people don't want to change. Governments want to change. They don't even want to tell us that there is extraterrestrial life that's been visiting us, and they know that since the 60s. Even possibly even earlier than the 60s, but mostly in the 60s. I don't see where any intelligent civilization would want to make Earth its new home unless they can create a genesis. And a genesis would be the only thing that would save this planet, and I can't see that happen. All the toxins and poisons are removed from the Earth. All the toxic people are removed from the Earth. And the animals can flourish, and the plants. One big botanical garden. Garden of Eve, which it was at one point in time. And it was loaded with more animals than you could shake a stick at. Our population of animals of different species have long been gone. There's been so many that's been extinct. If you were here during the era, well, it's before man was on this planet. Let's just put it that way and be very upfront about it. Earth was not having these problems other than maybe a little bit of the Big Bang Theory. Something kind of heavy duty hitting the Earth, creating a cloud of dust that caused the Ice Age for a while, and whatever survived, survived. The cockroaches and rats did. Some species of dinosaur did survive in different forms. Alligators and numerous other animals did survive it. Small mammals, certain species of small mammals survived. Dinosaurs actually evolved into birds. Hard to believe. Or was it the other way around? I might be right on that one. Once the planet is gone, it's gone. No life's going to be on. If you can't grow crops, if you can't have pure water, life disappears. Perhaps we call it the cleansing of the earth. Most people work for the banks, yeah. Maybe that's what the earth needs is a total cleansing. Get rid of what we call mankind. Let the animals flourish where it used to be. And that's where it used to be. It's what it used to be. I don't know what landed on this earth that maybe have developed into what we know as man. Perhaps there's hybrids. Perhaps we are hybrids, actually. Again, you gotta have an open mind. Most people don't. I can't relate to people without open minds. I just really can't. You get up from work, go home, you know what you do? Give your wife a little peck on the cheek, pat your children's heads, have a good day at school, see when I get home. Dad comes home or mom comes home, makes the dinner or gets dinner from the mom, from the wife, watches some TV, goes to sleep, wakes up to do it again the same day. Some people live just to live that, what they call idealistic life of debauchery. I like to use that word because it does apply. And they think they're doing good for themselves. Then they wind up ruining their lives. And when you think how life on this planet is so short, I mean, so absolutely short, you don't even realize it goes by that quick. It goes by that quick. I have a child that's already like 44 years old, if that gives you an idea. But it seems like just yesterday, you were cradling them in your arms. And now, grown up, with kids that are about grown up. As the cycle of life goes, parents die, the kids continue to grow in age, they die, their children take over. After time, they reach of age, disease, or just old age, naturally they die. It's the cycle of life and death. So don't you think it makes a lot more sense to do something good with your life, something good that makes sense, knowing that you don't have much time on this planet. You never did. You never did for you were born. You were dying even after you were born. Your cells were kept healthy and alive, and mitosis would occur. A lot of healthy mitochondria until a certain age it starts breaking down. Thus begins the cycle of death. And believe it or not, that happens probably before your 30s. I bet you didn't know that though. You're given a certain amount of time and things don't function the way they're supposed to. Cells are not really dividing, replenishing anymore. Disease sets in and you die. So when you look at this from a different angle, if anybody has the capability of actually, as he's thinking outside the box, and how life is so goddamn short, and you wonder why you always hear me talk about this, because as you get older, you've had a lot of experience in life. You see people the way they are. They're not always good. They're not always bad either, but everybody has some faults, even yours truly. To err is human, as you hear. It is. We are a very violent, vicious, self-serving, self-preserving species. One of the only real species on this earth that kills not out of need, out of want, where animals will kill if they're frightened, if you are a threat to their babies, their offspring. They will kill to eat. Humans do that too. But generally, animals don't attack you unless they're ill, frightened, threatened. They don't necessarily go around stalking people, although hunger will make animals do things that they wouldn't normally do. In the African savanna, there are lions that have hunted people historically. When food was low, they'd find a source for food, although maybe, just maybe, that was not their normal source of food, because there are many other resources, but during droughts, during times where prey were not as abundant like anybody else to have to eat, and that's when a lion or a tiger, whatever, will attack a human. Push them too far, like any human, they're going to react. But animals have a way, they got a kind of an excuse for doing what they do. They're not as violent as people are. They don't just outright go and kill somebody for the hell of it. It's actually very rare that that happens. It happens, but not at the rate that people kill each other. You can't even compare the mathematics on that at all. You just can't. I'm sorry, I haven't been reading the comments here. Heminger, oh, okay. Uh-oh, we're gonna get cerebral here, and I gotta eat. Life without parole, I remember reading about the case years ago, but I just read the whole story now, years later. I didn't know all the details, I just happened to be looking it up. And what did you say prior to that? Okay, I'll see. I just was looking at a case of someone I went to high school with, who's now serving life without prison. Person admitted they fantasize about killing people. Yeah. There's some people that said they were interviewed, they couldn't help, they wanted to kill. Even the person who was interviewing in a prison. Do you feel like killing me? He'd ask the guy, the prisoner. Yes. Those people can't be on the street. There's some sick people out there, Heminger says. He said that he always fantasized about killing people since he was young. Yeah, you can't have those kind of people running around the earth. It's just too dangerous. But you know how you see a lot of these thriller movies, sci-fi movies, or whatever, and apocalypse movies actually, where a virus comes around and affects a certain function of the brain, and people act very violently. Well, that's not far from the truth. It's like a rabid dog will attack you, or a dog that's hurt will attack you, afraid of being hurt more. But I believe that there will be a virus. I mean, they make these movies and they make them for entertainment, but they're all based on possibilities and based on even things in real life that have happened. You can see how virus could spread globally. Viruses have variants, they change. Variations of the original virus can change. They can become resistant to any kind of treatment. They could evolve quickly. Now, it took how many millions of years for man to evolve from ape to what we have now, called evolution. Well, viruses can evolve too, so can bacteria. They can become resistant to various human-made factors of medicines and treatments and vaccinations, just like a cockroach can become resistant to certain bug sprays. So the new generations of cockroaches would be resistant. You won't be able to kill them. Look, they survived this long. They know how to live. They know how to survive. Kind of wish I could continue this, but I'm really going to have some dinner here after reading this. Yeah, I better go. It's a good topic matter, and it gets pretty damn deep. But maybe for another show. I guess I could end off by saying, relook at your life. You take a good look at your life. Take a look at what you're doing to other people or to yourself. And knowing that you only have this one life, this one chance to experience life, find love. Find something to make your life worthwhile. Don't mistreat people. Have children if you must, and teach them well, so that a new generation will have the knowledge and power to be able to take care of themselves, to treat others with respect and love. A lot of it comes from parents. Maybe there is no coincidences. I have a feeling you might be right on that. Listen, we may continue this another time. I get deep into this, I get philosophical, but it's about time somebody does get philosophical in here. I've always been that way. I will continue to be that way. Because I do think about life. Nobody wants to die, but there you go. People fear it. I'm coming. I'm coming. All right, I'm coming. I gotta eat. Remember about those baked potatoes I told you all about? Well, guess what? What she made. She even bought mozzarella. I gotta go see what she put together because I didn't see it. I know she was baking this. Little delights like that in life, little things like that. Someone showing appreciation to somebody else. Making a meal that you were just talking about. Showing how much they care. People on YouTube don't give a fuck about each other. They love to see people fight. They would love to see them get into fights. They'd love to see people they don't like die or get sick. It's a very sickened community. It's sickening. The last comment, Mrs. Hemminger, surprisingly, I don't have insomnia, even though I never can stop thinking. Snappy Tom says, I'm going to watch the J stream. Don't delete it, Frank. The J stream? Oh, if you call it that. I'll be back later, man. I gotta eat. All right? Can't get too much philosophy right now without continuing for at least another half an hour. All I'm trying to do is get people to think clearly about their lives. They'll lead a lot better life. They won't have all this anxiety. They won't have all these problems. It's how you direct yourself in life and what you understand about yourself and how you fit in to this sphere that we're living on, that sustains us, this rock in the middle of fucking nowhere in space, and how your presence on this earth affects it, or the other way around. Something to think about. I know it's too deep for a lot of you people on here. Too deep. Yeah, that's the one. To Lucy, say, what happened? What happened? Well, that's a good question. What happened to certain vloggers? What happened to Roberto? You know he'd be on if he could. So, I'm gathering by the preponderance of the evidence that he definitely did have some health or mental condition happening with him. The rumor was that, and I believe it to be so, and I'll tell you why, as far as the some form of Alzheimer's, because he had posted, and I've seen it, and someone showed me it, and other people have seen it too, all of a sudden, prior to any, eventual further damage caused to him by, let's assume it's the Alzheimer's disease, he had posted on his Facebook to support the Alzheimer's Foundation. Well, generally when people do that, it's because a disease of such nature has introduced themselves to his life. I truly believe that this is what happened with Roberto. Whether he's even still alive, I'm sure certain people on here may or may not know it. Some people might have that information. Then, of course, what happened to Tim K? Well, Tim K, like many on here, Tim K was getting himself into all kinds of trouble. Not just with people on YouTube, but with anywhere he lived, and especially in Leyte. He made some enemies out there with store owners and so forth, potential lawsuits, and, well, you don't mess with the Filipino families out here. And he did in a big way with a store owner. And that created a lot of friction, which prompted him to want to move. As far as his relationship with Chrissy, I'll tell you what I fully believe happened here. I think Chrissy's a good girl, but she saw a sucker, and she knew he was an alcoholic, didn't know how bad. I think over a period of time, well, she married him, but it was to her benefit to marry Tim. She's not an idiot. She's very smart. I think she's very calculating. Good girl, but a girl's got to make a living. She found a sucker such as Tim K. A bloody alcoholic, long-term, cocky, thinks he's very sophisticated, but he wasn't. Overweight, constantly battling with his obesity problem. And as such, his drinking also created a lot of problems for him. He was not faithful to Chrissy. We're all sure of that. He's not been faithful to Chrissy. He made a lot of trips without her. And I guarantee you, he continued his drinking and he let loose, and he had his way with numerous women in the various places that he traveled to get away from Chrissy. Chrissy was the rock in his family. She was a rock in the Philippines for him. Kept him grounded, tried to keep him stable. But his drinking would always take over. And despite his efforts to try to lose weight, he continued to gain weight. I would be taking an educated guess that he probably does have some problems with his temperament. Well, that's not a guess, we know it. We could also bring to the table the fact that he probably is hypertensive and possibly diabetic. Now, the big move. Now, he put Chrissy through school, and a lot of people scratch their heads and say, from the beginning, he had built a house for her parents. She saw a sucker. She saw a sucker. And does that make her a bad girl? No. Chrissy's a good girl. I think she is, but I think she's intelligent. I think she knows what she wants in life, and someone who wants to be upwardly mobile saw the opportunity in Tim. And this goes on and goes on and goes on. So she took that opportunity, like any self-respecting Filipino would. Tim had a real broad audience that donated very heavily to his show. He had sponsors galore. He bought an FJ Cruiser with his viewers' money. He knew what he was doing. But the reality of staying in a relationship with somebody that was so different from Chrissy, so radically different, we would not think that that relationship would last. I think Chrissy held on as much as she could. I get the feeling that perhaps they're not living together. I don't even know what state they moved into. There's a variation of thoughts on that, a couple different places. But he got her American visa. She's got her card. She works. He paid for her profession in nursing. Now she's working at it, and she reached the goal that she had, and she's going to be successful on her own. She doesn't need. They might still have properties of some sort in the Philippines. I'm not sure of that, which of course is going to be hers. Oh, they lived a good lifestyle in some nice houses on the ocean in Leyte. Leyte was just not a place for Tim. Tim didn't like Leyte at all. Tim liked to be out on the town, drinking, cavorting with other people and other women. Leyte was just a home base where he'd come home to his wife and his kid and pretend to be a stable family. But I don't think there was any stability in that relationship at all. And you've seen a lot of things on camera, but you didn't see a lot of things off camera. There were stressful moments with Chrissy regarding Tim. Very stressful. You're not going to see that on camera. Tim eventually began to lose viewers. His temperament, people seeing what he was made of. His arguments with the local people had got him into trouble. Probably paid him off to get off his back, but then he decided he could no longer hang around Leyte. It was too dangerous for him. It was much, much too dangerous for him to stay there. So Tim had to make his way out and find a way to make it look like all was well, and he made this educated decision to move back to America because he really couldn't stay in the Philippines because he made some enemies. And when you start pissing off Filipinos, well, sometimes it's the beginning of the end for certain people. I think he burned his bridges in the Philippines. Now, Tim comes from a well-to-do family. Any problems, Chrissy will definitely be taken care of, even if Tim cannot provide that kind of care. Tim's family is there, like Roto-Rooter to the rescue at any time at all that she needs. And that's good to know that she's got that backup. But I think Chrissy's going to do good on her own. She's a smart girl, very likable, but her and Tim were like the difference between fire and water. And I do believe that they were not the ideal couple. And Tim was also upwardly mobile, but he didn't have control of his life very well, and with the drinking, which is always a denominator. And so many lives of people on YouTube, it's the drinking that gets them into trouble, their attitude, their temperament. Jim, all these people all have, and not to mention, some of our favorites on here that have a drinking problem. Jay and Sick Grandpa and others all have that common denominator, drinking. Seems to be the root of all their evil is the drinking. I think Tim tried to stop it. I don't think he could. They had to have a bottle or a beer, something nearby, to get that edge off. So people have came and they've gone on YouTube, and the numbers keep on adding up. Some newbies got on and they said, this is too hot of a territory for me. I got to get out. What they thought was a good thing, getting on YouTube to make friends, turned out to be the opposite, such as Tropical Martini, whose short career on YouTube ended recently. A couple of weeks ago, we had decided that it's too volatile for him. Although he tried to use YouTube as a tool to seek information, advice, and to make friends, it just didn't work out for him. So he took all his videos down. He was hoping to get monetized and so forth, but his career was probably the shortest career on YouTube history, actually. That was Tropical Martini. They come and they go. And everybody learns a lesson. They always walk away from YouTube learning a lesson. Well, the lesson was I should have never got on YouTube. I think that applies to me and everybody else. Some hang in there because they're making money on there and they just don't want to get off, and they can't get off because they're basically pretty much dependent on social media for their own survival. And a lot of them say that, well, I don't need this money. I can survive very well without my social media money. But that's an out and out lie. They wouldn't still be on with all the pressure, all the trolls, and all the negativity that they faced if they had enough monthly funds to keep them on there. Because I think there's a limit to what somebody will do, like staying on YouTube to make that money, and then they kind of weigh the good with the bad. What's the worst of the two evils? Living on lesser money or putting up with the nonsense and making a little bit more money? And a lot of people choose to stay on to make that money. And they have regrets later on. And this is very atypical on here. You can't be a slave to the money you make on YouTube. It never works out well. Some people it's worked out very well. Memberships, merchandise, sponsors. Numerous channels do that, and they do it very well. And I can see them staying on. They don't want to walk away from a fortune. We got, I could probably say that, just a guess, 8 miles from home, I would think conservatively, they're bringing in about $8,000 a month. Conservatively. You can live like a king out here for $8,000 a month. If you're really making that much. Not like Ricky stating that he makes over $8,000 a month. That's just an out and out lie. But somebody who runs a quality channel, who knows all the in and outs and bait clicks and all that stuff, using his family as a tool to get viewers, as some people will use their girlfriends, for example, to get views, or to get some sexy women on there to get views, or to interview people with notorious people or otherwise to get views. Everybody has their little shtick to get viewers, subs, and how they make their money on YouTube. And they incorporate that into their show. They're selling everything with the kitchen sink. Memberships, as if what they have to say is so special that they have to have memberships to hear special shows. And they turn out to be nothing more than what they talk about in their regular shows without a membership. But these people are naive, possibly just dumb as the day is long, and they buy these memberships to the happiness of the person who runs that channel. I assure you, it's not much different. But then there's the buildup. There's a buildup. Something's happening in the family. And they keep people at bay. If you want to see this video, join our membership. For members only, it says, and you can't go on their channel to hear about what they have to say about something that happened, something that was building up, and they had people salivating. I want to know what they have to talk about. So they put out money for a membership, and it comes in different levels. People are paying through their nose for some of this. Are they that drama starved that they want to pay for a membership on somebody's channel when chances are all they're talking about is the same shit that they talk about on their channel on a daily basis? Some people know how to work the system on here, and they do it very, very well. And I have to give them compliments on that, actually, although some of them are very underhanded. One of the most irritating people on here, I must say, is Philly in the Philippines. Philly is the master of clickbait. Now you notice he'll begin with a topic and he will not talk about it until maybe in the middle of the show. He wants to keep you listening. He knows how to do it. Philly in the Philippines, master of clickbait. And he'll wait till later on in the show to get your attention, to get the audience retention, the viewing time. He knows what he's doing. People become very good at this, but they also lose viewers because people get irritated with all the clickbait. And sometimes they use clickbait on the title, but they don't even talk about the subject that was in the caption. That happens more often than not. And Philly in the Philippines uses that all the time. And if he does talk about whatever the caption of his show was, he's going to talk about everything else. But the key topic matter that he put in the title, the caption of his show. Later on, he'll start talking about it. And he'll start talking about it, then interrupt again with another train of thought, because he wants to keep you listening to the show. This is very professional. Philly knows what he's doing. He's a dumb shit in a lot of ways, but Philly knows how to make the subs. He knows how to keep the viewers' attention. He does a very good job of it, and that's why he's got so many viewers. It doesn't mean people haven't bailed out because of this. Truthfully, I used to listen to the radio show. Oh boy. With Art Bell. I used to listen to Art Bell all the time. Problem was is that as more and more sponsors and advertisers came in, the show, it became more of an irritation because there were so many interruptions. Because these people sponsored the show, or the advertisers. That's how they made money. But they'd come in with a very, very long series of advertisements. Then Art Bell, whatever, or George Norrie later on, would come in, and you think, okay, great, the advertisements are over. Now we could get on to the meat and bones of the topic. But that didn't happen. George Norrie, or his predecessor, Art Bell, would come in and say a few things. You're thinking, oh great, the show's going to continue. We're done with these commercials. That wasn't the case. He'll just tell you a few things, and we'll be back with the story. And then you have to go through a series of another set of commercials. That irritated a lot of people. In fact, although that's the show I used to listen to before I went to bed in Hawaii, and I think even in Seattle, for a long time, until I said no more. So I turned on repeats of Seinfeld. That's what I did before I went to bed. A little humor before I hit the sheets. Now, we understand it's the advertisers that create revenue for the shows, but as it is here on YouTube too. But I think it gets to a point where you get this train of thought. You're listening to the show, as these radio shows do all the time. You get pretty absorbed in the topic matter and the guest. And then what happens is the advertisements come in. And it gets to be too much at times, and you just say, well, enough of this. And you stop listening. And the only time I've ever listened to that show was, well, repeats or something, and I could speed it up or whatever, get beyond the advertisements. And that's the way, if I listened at all, I would do later on. I didn't have to hear it at the time, live, it was happening. It was okay to listen to it later on. And some shows on YouTube get a lot of advertisements. Unless you want to pay premium and just you can get rid of I imagine you could. But not everything you hear on YouTube is the truth, and you don't know really what's happening in somebody's life. You know, somebody who, like Roberto, who was one of my biggest trolls. There's no way in the world Roberto was not going to put on a show. Of course, he couldn't do it by himself. It was very hard. He was also a hit and run. He'd say some scathing things, and then he'd take off his videos. Okay? He's very heavily connected to the RRR crew. Now, when he gets off, you notice something wrong. Well, the rumor went around, of course, that he had Alzheimer's. I think his brother may have died of that. He had like a food business stands around the community. Initially, it was tacos and other stuff. I don't know. But anyway, I guess it was probably in the family. And it is my understanding, and I'm coming to a conclusion, that basically he was suffering from Alzheimer's. Because why else would he put on his Facebook an advertisement for supporting an Alzheimer's foundation? And it's usually always the case. You see famous people and stuff that have certain illnesses upon them, and they will promote to find a cure for these illnesses, as Roberto promoted this on his Facebook page. Now, I haven't heard hide nor hear of him. He could be on as a troll. This could be all bullshit, but I actually don't think it is. Down the line, everybody was dropping like flies. You know, Fazio, Ed, and the list went on and on and on. There were other maybe lesser known YouTubers that came to the surface, that the word came around that they passed away. The common denominator all these people had was that they drank and that they were overweight. That was the common denominator with these people. Nobody learns. Is it our responsibility to tell them, hey man, it's going to cause some problems for you? No, it's not our responsibility to do it. We could talk about it on here, and we could lead to these illnesses, but they're going to do what they want to do, whether you give them advice or not. I may give advice on my show. I don't expect anybody to take it. I mean, I'm not perfect myself, but gotta admit, I've had a lot of information I put out on my show through the years. And I know there are a few people, even some enemies, that took my advice. The funniest thing was, who was that? Oh, it was John Blaze. His wife, and by the way, he's not on. There's a reason for that. We're going to get to that. John Blaze's wife would like to listen to me. And she heard all this stuff about what I take in the morning, like green tea and different supplements. And guess what? He admitted himself on air. They couldn't believe it. She wanted to go to the grocery store to go buy some green tea. I want whatever Frank is taking. Isn't that funny? John Blaze's wife giving in to me and buying green tea and other stuff to put in her tea. So I guess I've had an influence on people. Now we talk about John Blaze. Where's he been? Well, I think there's trouble in paradise. Just my opinion. I'm not going to back it up. But John always posts. There's not a time he's not going to go in there and say something bad about me or whatever. Getting his wife into America was probably the worst thing he ever did, and people just don't learn. Once your Filipino becomes Americanized, it's over. It's over. She gets what she wants, and then she spreads out. She makes a lot of Filipino friends in America. She don't need them anymore. She's learned to drive. She's also got her own vehicle, I think. She's made a lot of Filipino friends. She don't need them anymore. The last time I heard from him, he was bored. He said he's retired. From what? I don't know. But he said that he's bored. Because his wife was out gallivanting with her friends and she was also working. She got a job too. I predicted it. I even said it to John Blaze, which is Larry Evans' real name, that this was going to happen. I'm pretty sure, in my mind anyway, that this is exactly what happened. I don't know. Maybe I have the ability to predict the future. I don't know. But I've been right about a whole lot of things on here, haven't I? Although you may not want to admit it. I talked about people's health situations, who I think is going to go first. Could happen. I knew Fazio was going down. There was no question about that. Neither did anybody else, really. He was in a bad direction. He was so cheap and tight with the little money he had that he wouldn't even go to a professional doctor to see a specialist. He didn't want to spend the money. Now he's dead. Could have been alive for maybe another 5-10 years. He's gone. How long has it been? 1.5 years, 2 years now that Fazio died? Time's going by really fast. I haven't even kept track of it, to be honest with you. I forgot when he died. How does Ricky feel about it? He's probably happy he's dead. After all, Ricky's the one that went behind him, a senior, and slapped him silly behind his back while he was actually doing a live stream. Didn't attack him from the front, attacked him from the back like a coward. Yeah. Ricky got away with 4 days in jail, but we don't know what happened after that. So people are inclined to get into trouble. And a lot of times they think in their minds, it's never going to happen to me. Just like Barry said, immigration's never going to get him. And you'll never get a court case against me. What would happen? Well, you're updated on all of that. We don't have to repeat that. We know where he is. We know what he did. You know why he's there. You know all about him. So we don't have to comment and remind him, but it's not going to do any good. Like I said, you're on a runaway train when you're monetized, and you got to put shows on as often as you can if you're monetized to get that revenue coming in. Now, Mike says that he lives off $2,400 a month, his expenses, but he makes a lot more money than that. Quote Mike. Okay, well, that money is coming from his YouTube revenue. That's where the money is coming from. If you didn't have his YouTube revenue, he'd be living a whole lot tighter than spending on his budget $2,400 a month on his budget. Supposedly the money above that, he's banking away. And then he would talk about how much you should have in a bank as emergency. Well, that varies on opinion. You know, have maybe 30 in a bank or something like that. But the thing is, if you own your own place, well, let's just say the average rent is for a rentable place is $25,000 a month. What is that, about $500? So if you own your own place, that's $500 a month. That's almost $6,000 a year that you're saving. Turn that into pesos. So you're saving money. Not everybody can afford to buy a house, but if you are able to, it's advisable. But as I always say, make that decision that you wait for quite a while. I assume that you have a Filipina because, you know, the only way you're probably going to buy a house. But keeping that in mind, make your choices, wise choices. And we hear too many horror stories on here, don't we? And wait till you know her for a while. Like I say on my show all the time, I'm called a simp and other names, but am I really? I waited 6 years before I bought this house. 6 years. Not 1 year, not a half a year, not 2 months, like some people have done. You know, I thought ahead of myself. Let me feel it out. Let me see if it's worthwhile. I could have rented. I had no problem renting, really. But then, you know, you're subject to the landlord's rules, and a lot of landlords don't do many repairs, and they procrastinate, or just doesn't have the money for the repairs, or they will raise your rent if they have to do any repairs, which is none of your fault. But that's kind of atypical out here, finding the right landlord. There were times that, of course, it was something that I wanted. It didn't need, but wanted, but no, it was a need. I had a window mount, rickety rackety window mount air conditioner. And it was those jealousy windows in there. And losing a lot of cold air from that. And cold air wouldn't stay in there with these windows, even if you shut them. They're not sealed, not insulated. So we decided we wanted sliding windows. So she said, okay, well, you had to make a deal with the landlord. Well, what if I went half? Oh, yeah, they go for that. They'll go for that. That's 50% of the money that they don't have to put out. But you remember Philippines Information Channel, Steven, he lives in this really dumpy little, tiny little, kind of a oversized closet. And he went out and put his money on building some kubos, several on the property, and whatever other improvements that he made. And a lot of times it comes down to that you decide you don't want to move and you're kind of comfortable where you are. You might pay a lease forward, don't do that for how many years. And then, things start breaking down and the landlord don't do nothing. So you have to take money out of your pocket to do that. Now, the fact is, a lot of these people who actually, foreigners that are living out here, become expats, and they're renting pretty cheap, a lot of them. And because their budget is not that high. There's the old, like Mike's Philippines Retirement, as in the title of the show. It's the same old rhetoric over and over again. It gets so tiring. When you don't know what the hell to say. Same guy, sitting in the same chair with the same sports hat on to hide his balding head, and his loose shirts to hide his bulgy stomach, has a heart condition. He probably shouldn't even be in the Philippines. However, he is. And he's doing pretty good on his show. So he's making a little money every month, but there's all the what ifs. What if his income from YouTube, for whatever reason, changed? Would he be living to the level of life that he's living now? He says his budget is $2,400 a month. He said that doesn't mean that that's all he's making. He says he makes a lot more than that. But what if that income was gone? And that's what he has to think about. He's got 1 foot on a banana peel and 1 foot on the grave. Because he's got something going on with his heart, but he doesn't want to admit that it's serious. He never goes for walks, hardly ever. He's not an active guy. He's one of these armchair athletes that you hear about all the time. He likes to watch his games, his baseball or whatever games he likes to watch, or football, whatever it is, his choice. And as being a wannabe type of, armchair athlete, of course, you're going to wear the shirts. You're going to wear the caps bearing the name of your team. These are armchair athletes. Armchair athletes, and they're not healthy. And they're usually totally opposite as far as being an athlete. But they get their charge out of watching other people make money in the sports industry. Go team, go, go team, go. Who cares? Unless you're betting on a game. Do these millionaire football players or baseball players, are they putting any money on your table? And you're cheering them on to make more money. They love that. They love when you cheer them on. They love fans. That's what makes them money, makes them popular. These armchair athletes, they sit down, stuff their face with fattening food, drink their beer in a comfortable armchair, and watch these games, and they live their life vicariously through these athletes because they barely can walk, most of them. They're not athletic. When do you ever see Mike ever do anything, walking through the streets, taking videos in the streets? You never see that. He's planted in his chair, right in his chair with his favorite go team go type of hat on and shirt to honor his team. In fact, Jim in Asia, Asian Adventures, same thing. wears all these sports outfits, and he's like in his 50s, 54, trying to act like he's a kid again. I got to look like a jock because, well, I go out to the gym and I lift weights. So my way of looking young is to wear sports type shirts bearing the name of a team or a hat so I could kind of fit this image. But the reality is, they're not really an athlete. They're not really as active as you think they are. They go to the gym and they lift weights, but as far as walking or anything like that, they don't do that. Then they always wind up being, well, alcoholics, drug addicts, which does not really balance things out with the lifting and stuff like that that they do. And that's pretty atypical on here. Armchair athletes, keyboard warriors, and that's what makes up our YouTube community. Isn't that charming? Isn't that charming? Okay, so who's out there? We only got 4 people watching at this hour. I don't know if somebody has a show on or something, or they just got bored of me. Yeah. Favorite kind of... What is this shit that shows up in there? Add a Q and question and answer sticker. Favorite kind of flower. How does this shit pop up on here? Of course, I pay no attention to it at all. So the age-old question of how much does it cost to live in the Philippines, it's really very elementary, okay? Save yourself the trouble of listening to these shows over and over again with the same old rhetoric. It's according to your lifestyle. It's according if you have a partner or a wife or have children. According to what your budget is per month as far as what you make on your pension. All that. It doesn't take a lot of, take an hour and a half show to explain people that it's just a variable thing. It has to do with what you make per month. Your lifestyle. Do you go out drinking? Do you like to drink, smoke, whatever? How often do you go out for dinner? This has been a subject that's been repeated on YouTube more times than any of you could probably count. But it's a necessity because after a while, most of these vloggers run out of material. And again, and I'm sorry to be repetitive myself, all these fucking algorithm shit, they're dependent on that YouTube revenue. They want to see it go up, they don't want to see it go down. They adjust, and this is the sad thing, because things could happen, they adjust their lifestyle to the amount of money that they make on their YouTube channel. I don't think Philly in the Philippines normally would make a lot of money without his channel. I know he makes good money on his channel. He has lots of viewers. But if you were to take this revenue away from people, they would be living far, far from the lifestyle they're living now. But if you look at Philly, he's never lived in any fancy place at all. In fact, most of the places that Philly has lived are dumps. Nothing more than glorified Cubas. That's their way of ensuring that they have money in emergency, which is not a bad thing to do if you don't mind living in a less than desirable abode. With chickens running over the place, mud for a driveway, and don't mind living in the deep province somewhere. Sure, you could live like that, but why? It's always been my thought that when you move out of your country, and you're retired, you want to live some way a little bit better than you've been living in your country. You want to live a little bit cheaper. Of course you do. Of course, the women are in the factor, usually number one. And number two, you might say, is, living cheaply. But one of the major mistakes, of course, is pre-existing health conditions. They don't pay attention to that. But I understand why they move out of their country, because it's become enormously expensive. And we don't have to go into detail about that because that's been talked about 100,000 times already. But you kind of get the idea. It's some of the reasons why they move out here. But they don't always budget their money very well. Sometimes they go out and buy expensive cameras and stuff like that when they don't really need, not for YouTube. You don't need If you're not doing any landscape vistas, you're not doing some kind of a travel documentary, you don't need an expensive cell phone. You don't. You don't need a high resolution camera, unless you're going to be involved in kind of a documentary videos. You're a traveler. You want to photograph these beautiful vistas and oceans and mountains and okay, that's a different story. And that's your bread and butter. How well you do that and your editing. But if you're just doing a show and you're just showing up on camera, you don't need to spend, up to 80,000 pesos or more on a fucking cell phone. That is ridiculous. It's a waste of good money. What do you need a really expensive cell phone for? What do I have here? An Oppo? Yeah, I have an Oppo. Before that, I had a Realme, and I just gave it to Gilda's son because he didn't have a cell phone, to use for school assignments and stuff. I gave him my other phone. I paid, I don't know, I think over 25,000 for that, I think. But I got a working phone. I don't use the other phone, so I decided to give it to him. Pasaloba. He can make use of it, fine. How many phones do I need? Now, this is not the Oppo. It's not bad as far as the resolution and everything. It's not a bad camera. It's not a bad phone, per se. And I still paid, a pretty decent amount of money for this. It's not really that cheap of a phone. It's not no 80,000 peso phone. I don't need it. Why would I need to spend an extraordinary amount of money? And then what people do that are really into this, they got to get the new model every year, whatever they have. So you ask the question, what's wrong with the phone you have? What the hell's wrong with that? Oh, they got to be up with the trendy people. And they could boast about it on you. I just bought this camera. It cost me blah, 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 blah. Who cares? That's your money anyway, but I mean, if you could afford it, buy it. If you could afford to buy phones, like new phones, like you change your socks or something, then God bless you, But if you're doing basic videos, you're on camera at home, you do not need an expensive camera with this most extreme resolution. Because even the cheapest cameras have decent resolution. You remember the early days, you'd be lucky to have 10 on a resolution. Now it goes over 100 megapixels or more. You don't need that if you're just going to be on camera on YouTube. There's no need for that at all. But they just want to boast a little bit. Well, I bought this camera today. It's got this, it's got that, all the bells and whistles. But you don't need all the bells and whistles. Okay, let's get back to redundancy again. Sometimes I watch these people's shows if there's nothing else on. Then I start to see right away their title. I say, oh God. It's like watching their show again. If you missed one of their shows, just look at one of their old shows and you're going to hear the same goddamn thing again. How much does it cost to live in the Philippines? How much is food? What is the cost of living? How much you got to make per month? It's all subjective. You can't dictate on there how much you need to live out here. You'll know if you can't afford living out here. But you certainly probably couldn't live back where you come from. So if you're stuck living out here, isn't it worthwhile to adjust your lifestyle? Maybe go out for dinner less. Stop buying new phones when you don't need it. Or a high resolution phone when all you do is put your face on camera. You don't need a high resolution camera because the resolution is fine even in the cheapest cameras. They're excellent. Nothing wrong with that at all. Set your settings on your phone for if you want to get challenged, 1080 megapixels. Okay, resolution. You can go down to, 740 and you're still fine. This is just for talking on Talking in social media, man. Anyway, how you guys doing tonight? No, I had. I was hoping I was going to be eating tonight what I thought it was going to be. It was close, but it wasn't the real McCoy. She knew I wanted to. I haven't had baked potatoes in a long time. All right. I wanted to have baked potatoes with sour cream and chives. So, hey, Birch. So she did bake potatoes, but what she did, she just cut them up into pieces. And she added mozzarella cheese. She bought a chunk of mozzarella cheese to that. And what else did she add to that? It wasn't very liquidy. It wasn't like a gravy. It was kind of dry. Um, I said, didn't you buy any sour cream? I was really hoping, but it was okay. It was okay. But it's not what I expected. I really thought she was going to make actually baked potatoes. Split them open, put the sour cream in there, chives, butter. So it was a little bit of a disappointment. I didn't really totally enjoy the meal. It was mostly just eating potatoes. It didn't have too much flavor in it, unless you wanted to add, I don't know, I had some Philadelphia cream cheese I added to it. Still didn't do the trick. I should have just added a bunch of fucking butter, but that would be too much. She meant well, but I didn't get my baked potatoes. You need me some taters. Well, as I said, I love the broiled potatoes, if you're going to oven roasted potatoes. I mean, that is the ultimate best for me. That is the best form of potatoes. Second place would be mashed taters. That would be the second place. Yeah. In that particular order. However, she thought about me, which was nice, and she decided to do it that way. I don't know why she did it that way. Now, what she could have done, and I'm not a ham person, but I can make exceptions. If she would have done the potatoes like she did, what she did add ground beef in there. She did add ground beef, okay. But there was not enough ground beef. We didn't have a good supply of it. So you just basically got a little bit of taste of ground beef in your bite, if you were lucky to have any in it at all. But, she meant well. You had some killer potato wedges last week, Spanish style, called bravas. Bravas, never heard of that. But maybe next time we'll do it right. But God bless her heart, She knew I liked potatoes. She thought that would turn out to be a real killer meal. Unfortunately, it wasn't, because there wasn't enough flavor in there, because there wasn't enough meat. The meat would have added the flavor. That would have done the job. But she went the expense of buying a very expensive chunk of mozzarella that she put on there. It was kind of dry, everything in there, because it was just really speckles of ground beef in there. But, it was edible, but it was not what I expected, because I didn't look in the oven. I knew she was making potatoes. I didn't bother to look in the oven, because I thought it was going to be regular baked potatoes, and you split them open, crunch it, smash it around, get that sour cream in there, the chives, black pepper, whatever, butter. No, unfortunately, it wasn't that. Another time, perhaps. But now she knows, In fact, even her daughters. We had a can of pork and beans, and they were they don't normally eat pork and beans around here. They were putting their pork and beans in there just to moisten this up and add flavor to it. But she tried, she tried. She tried. She thought it might work out real well, but it really didn't. It really didn't. But I didn't want to say anything, Well, I did say something. I said, I thought you were making regular baked potatoes with the sour cream and all that. I had no idea, because I would have confronted her before she made this. I saw the potatoes she had. She bought whole potatoes, And I would have said, okay, well, we're going to make this right. We're going to make some real baked potatoes here. I just assumed that that's what she was going to do. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was still edible. I mean, it needed something, but I ate my portion of it, every bit of it. I was still kind of hungry afterwards, because if I really like something, for example, don't make a roasted chicken with roasted potatoes around it and think that you're going to steal my fucking potatoes. which the kids do, they still got a big bowl of rice. So don't, you like your starches, eat your fucking rice. Don't touch my fucking potato. Gilda could touch the potatoes. She went to trouble of cooking it, and she likes them too. But of course, they like rice over anything. They got a big bowl of rice. They don't need to steal my potatoes. So I swear to God, even if it means stuffing my stomach, I will go around, I will grab these potatoes before they can. I'm not kidding. The rascal I am, I will grab those potatoes because I love roasted potatoes, man. They're like my favorite. And there's so many things you could do with potatoes. Well, they're a little bit flavored too because she put some rosemary on the chicken. And of course, the potatoes retain that flavor. So it's kind of like, kind of like rosemary potatoes. And it's really tasty. Yeah. There's one seasoning that you can't overdo. I was dating some chick in Seattle, and she was like, 1/16th Cherokee. And she's the chick I used to call Indian Carol because she kind of partaked in a lot of Native American activities. She'd go to sweat tanks in Washington State, do all this shit like, she was a real bona fide powwow Indian. Oh, yeah, she'd go to the powwows. They had powwows in Washington State. She'd go to sweat tanks. She did all that shit. In fact, she made crafts. She would make dream catchers and different jewelry to sell and stuff like that. I heard that she died a couple of years ago. I'm saying, wow, Carol died. And I can't find information on her, how she died. I know her father's name, but I think he had died. His name was Bud, and I don't know. And I'm just curious. But she was only like, a 16th of Cherokee. And I used to make fun of it because, I mean, you can't call me a full Italian. I wasn't born in Italy. I'm Italian American. There's a difference. But I am, yes, Italian descent. That would be absolutely correct. But was I born in Italy? No. Born in America. So I'm an Italian American. That's how that works as far as labeling you your ethnicity. So I'm two basically nationalized. I'm Italian and American. I'm not a pure Guinea, okay? Ha ha ha. I'm not a pure wop. I don't have Irish in me. I don't have Jewish in me. I don't have Indian in me. I don't have any of that. Italian and American. There you go. No tooling around with the ethnicity thing. You are what you are. And you are what you eat. That goes together. Okay, where was I? Okay, it was the redundancy. And we all get, I get redundant on here. Of course I do. Not to the level of some people on here, though. I mean, I don't have monetization to even look forward to, really. I've got more subscribers, but it's not going to go anywhere, right? Okay. And the fortunate thing is I'm not dependent on monetization to survive. Sure, I'd love to have a real popular show that's making a couple of thousand or more a month. That would come in handy, wouldn't it? Sure it would. And why not? Right. Hey, Allo. Multi-subject here. Started off with Jim's Asian Adventures, and he's talking about the same fucking shit he talked about 5,000 times before. How much it costs to live in the Philippines. He doesn't leave his chair at all. At all. He even has a heart condition. He says he lives on $2,400 a month. That's his expenses, but he says he makes a lot more than $2,400 a month. Well, if he didn't have his YouTube channel, yeah, I don't think he'd be spending even $2,400 a month to live on. Anyway, you know me, multi-topic. I've gone through everything, cell phones. You don't need all that resolution if you're just going to be on camera, unless you're a person who likes to photograph these beautiful vistas. You're a travel show and you want the best resolution on your camera. You want to put it on a stand. You want everything to be perfect, the editing, the music, accompaniment, all that stuff. But if you're just going to sit down in your fucking chair every day, you don't need to buy an 80,000 peso camera. What is the purpose? Even I said that even the chinkiest resolution, perfectly good, and perfectly good for just, being on camera on your show. There's Aloe. Nothing going on here. I seen a couple of things from Big E. Nothing ever exciting on his show, and I tune out real quick, and they're usually shorts anyway, so nothing ever holds my attention on his show. That's for damn sure. And of course, then there's Mike's retirement, who I've just been talking about as a new title, and what a wasted life this guy has. You gotta wear this sports hat, armchair athletes. We talked about that with Mike's Philippines retirement, with his team shirts and team hats, with his Ohio State team, whatever shirts, purposely hanging up in the background as a backdrop. I can't even relate to people like that. I'm not a sportsy guy. The only damn sports I'll ever watch, ever, is mixed martial arts and occasionally boxing. As far as sports, that's all I'd ever watch. I have no interest in basketball. I have no interest in baseball. I got no interest in football. I'm not an armchair athlete. And contrary to any belief, I don't sit in my chair all day like Mike's Philippine retirement and other people do. That's just not me. All right. Did you watch his message? Oh, that was several videos back. You talking about Big E? No, that was like several videos back. My daddy giving me advice or something. Told him to shut the fuck up. That's what I did. Yeah. Abo is live and Gogo Bobo's back. Oh, fuck Abo. He's supposed to be in Bali now? He didn't want to go to Philippines, did he? I thought he was going to come at my door and have a cup of coffee with me or something, huh? Aloe says, not much going on these days in the community. No, there really isn't, Aloe. There really isn't. It is so fucking boring. I'd rather do a show than to listen to anybody else's. And as I said, the only show that I was really starting to watch was a guy that was traveling around, circumventing the ocean, and learning a lot from that. And yes, was kind of living my life vicariously through him, absolutely, because I never see myself doing that. Never did anything like that. I think it's awfully exciting. The guy's kind of a jerk, but nevertheless take his jerkiness away, his character. It's very interesting, him and his wife and a small dog and a cat, where they get their supplies, every time they got to go into port. They just left Solomon Islands, they're now in Papua New Guinea. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. I just don't like his attitude on there, that's all. But if you could put that to the side, he has an interesting show. Something that's worthwhile watching instead of all these goobers on here. Just putting worthless material on that don't change your topics matter very often. Shit, one of my shows alone, you can get as much as a dozen topic matters in one freaking show. And some people might think or say that, why don't you separate your topics into other shows? I don't schedule stuff like that. I just talk about what's ever on my mind, and I think people really like that. Because it's, if you get stuck listening to a show and they start getting into things like sports, and that's their whole goddamn show, right? You get pretty tired of that. Just like when Popeye comes on and does shows about me. You know what it's going to be about. You know what he's going to say. It's the same old stale material that he uses every time. So you can't really listen to it. It's the same thing. If you can't kind of segue into different topic matters, I can't listen to you. I can't listen. I can't. I'm not that bored, and desperate to hear a human voice on YouTube that I'm going to sit through somebody's show of complete redundancy. I've actually fallen asleep. You could ask Gilda. I've fallen asleep listening to some of these people's shows. Not, literally. The phone dropped out of my hand. The phone's laying on my chest. I went to fucking sleep. You like the extraterrestrial topic? Yeah, I'll continue with that someday. It's a good topic because it's realistic. and you got to have an open mind. But I don't want to start talking about it now, at hour of the night. But we're going to get into that in another show, perhaps. There's a lot of evidence that's coming out. There's been uh, actually big meetings with big heads of state, all kinds of shit, and experts on this, and they're starting to admit certain things. People in very high positions are admitting stuff. It's all kind of slowly coming out because the people demand to know the truth. The government unfortunately hides too much from the American people. This also goes for the Russian government too. They're playing the same game with their people. But come on, you had a very important military base, a missile base, and a fucking UFO the size of two football fields comes 200 feet from your fucking head. Uh, and it's not AI, it's real life. I think that's a good clue that they exist. Yeah, I think that's an excellent clue. What do you need? This hasn't happened once. This has happened so many times, but the government puts uh, restraints on people. Don't worry, we're not going to go get. The government put restraints on people. They'll threaten to lose their jobs, their retirement. Even people get killed. You know, it's supposed to be the Freedom of Information Act, but they will only provide you with statements, and you'll see in black marker or whatever a whole lot of shit that's blackened out in there. That's what they do. Oh, we're releasing it. But now people are demanding, and people of all positions of life, even congressional people, senators, they all want to know what's the truth. It's time that we know this. I think people could handle it. Look, people have been watching, including myself, all these science fiction shows. Not really fiction. It has prepared us mentally for that kind of event to happen. I think people are more prepared. I know how people panic, don't get me wrong. But I think for the most part, I think people could handle that. If they could handle having Trump as a president, they could handle knowing that there are some form of life outside of what we call our planet that do exist, that have been coming here for a lot of years, witnessed by a lot of people, but the government wants to make you sound like a lunatic to discredit you because they don't want to give out these secrets. That's what I started talking about. And maybe we'll continue another day on this. Because quite frankly, I'm just really tired of talking about these YouTubers on here. You know, I practically want to yawn every time I even think about some of them. I want to yawn. Here I go. That was real. That was real. That was not staged. I yawned just thinking about them. We all look for somebody to listen to on here. That's why you come to my show. Because I have been on a regular basis, and it's nothing new about that. Because I admit it's fucking boring living in the Philippines. And yes, I do a lot of shows, and I do some uploads or shorts. It's always pretty much been like that. That may not change, or it might, or I may get off completely again. You just never know with me. Sometimes I feel I had enough and I'm gone. No announcements. I didn't announce last time. I was off for 3 months, which was the impossible as far as these trolls were concerned, that Frank must have died. Frank must have got arrested. He's in jail. Oh, all the theories that were coming out there. All the hearsay. Frank died of a heart attack or something. Or he's in jail somewhere. I heard it left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Anyway, we like to cover all these topics. Do you know why I do that? It's not just for you. It's for me. It's to keep me sharp with current events that are going on. It's also to get the brain going, to talk about more than one topic, because there's so many controversial topics on there. How could you just talk about one topic on your show? like gearing your show all about one person that you don't like on YouTube. That's boring. Even I don't do it. And even when there's this battle going on between me and Barry, I still talked about other stuff on my shows. I might have mentioned Barry in the heyday, but it was not all always devoted to him. I always talked about whatever was on my mind. There's a difference, a big difference. You heard about living rent free in somebody's head, Yeah. Yeah, and you're right. Al, hasn't been much on. There's nothing much you haven't heard before. Ricky doing his thing constantly until the day comes that he dies of a heart attack. That's coming. I look again, I'm not wishing it, because believe me, we all fear the Reaper. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to go. I don't care what age I'm at. Don't mean I'm going to die right away. I could be alive for another 10, 15, 20 years. Age is not an exact thing that determines your longevity, in case you haven't figured that out yet. I thought I'd remind you of that kindly. Because you're 71 don't mean you have your foot on a banana peel and one foot in the grave, not necessarily. People are living longer, even with a couple of, even one or two vices. It's really genetics, it's diet, supplementation, stuff like that. You know your body better than anybody else. You know what it needs. If you don't, you have tests done to see exactly what your body needs, and you compensate for your losses. Is it a guarantee of anything? No, of course not, man. You're taking chances in life, whether you do that or not. There is no guarantee except death and taxes and stupid people on YouTube. Those are the three. Aloe says we should do a live stream once in a while. Frank, you and me. It would take the community by storm. Well, you're certainly welcome to if you want to be the person on the live stream or something. You know me, I'm technically challenged. Like I'm not on StreamYard or nothing. You know how to do all that shit, and I've done it in the past, but it's been a long while. If you want to do a StreamYard of some sort, sure, we could rap a bit on there. But no, unfortunately, Aloe, the problem with that is what's happened in the past. You're going to let a lot of trolls on, it's going to turn into a yelling match or something, and I've been on shows before where they said, well, no, don't worry. We're not going to let the trolls say anything or whatever. We'll keep him under control. But then it would never happen. That would never happen. Oh, sure. I do it with you, but the minute you start putting trolls on there, it's a disconnect. It would be an instant disconnect, and you'd be on your own. And you can ask me questions and stuff, and I'll answer them as honestly as I can. There may be some things I don't want to answer because there might be some material or some stuff I don't want to get out, legal matters or otherwise, but I'm certainly willing to rap a little about a few things here and there. That's not a problem. You just have to set it up. But I wouldn't know how to do that. I'm not giving out my new email anymore. I don't want anybody to have that. I got rid of the other one. And I don't know how we do this really. We'd have to connect on Facebook or something on a messenger or something like that. I think that's safe enough for you. That's all I can think of to plan this out or whatever. No, it's just you and me. It's just people would listen. Oh, yeah, I know they would. We could call it De Winter and Battaglia Live. Oh, yeah, there'll be 1,000 people on there. I'm sure there would. But to your credit, though, I'm not going to get the credit of all these viewers. It wouldn't be my show. But then again, I'm not monetized anyway, so it don't really matter, I guess. But yeah, I'm certainly willing to do that with you. It's amazing to say that I'll do that with you because you haven't exactly been, our past history hasn't been exactly sterling, shall I say that. But hey, what the hell? If you could keep to your agreement, sure. Whatever works. What do you think, folks? Have a show, me and Aloe, a live show. Speak your opinion. We got 11 people here. Now, they're going to be talking about this anyway, now that Aloe mentioned it. Watch, it's going to be all over YouTube. And Aloe and Frank are going to plan some kind of a big live stream. No, I could be a bastard when I want. I think you know that. But I think I have more control than most people, amazingly. I don't know how, but sometimes when you think I'm really upset, well, there's a few times I really was upset on here. There was a few times I really was. That was really happening. For the most part, I'm pretty controlled what I say on here. And as far as my temperament, I let a lot of things slide. My skin is not that thin. It really isn't. Sure, I've been triggered before. Everybody's been triggered on here. I've been triggered. I certainly have. But I have to really hate that person enough to be triggered. I want to grab him by the fucking neck and choke him to death. That would cause me to be triggered. But, I know better than physical things in this country. Things are bad enough. I don't need to put my hands around somebody's neck or break their fucking kneecaps. Oh, I would love to do it to some people, but I know that's not a reality. I know that's not. I mean, if I had to in a situation, what am I going to do? Protect myself. Yeah, of course, but to just want to do that? No, no, no. I'm not that stupid. No, I'm not that stupid. I'm not that dense. Anybody who's going to approach anybody here on YouTube has got a screw loose. Not in this country, If you're a foreigner, you get into some physical hassle. Your fault, their fault, whoever's fault it is, it don't matter. You're both going to be at fault. It's one thing you don't want to get involved. That's an instant deport. If the police get involved or anything like that, or you're seen doing this or whatever, or somebody reports you doing this, no, you signed your own death warrant, really. Well, you signed your own deportation. Another level of deportation based on physical violence. You don't need that. I don't need that. Why do you think Barry's ass wasn't dragged all over TGIF? You thinking I'm stupid? Did I want to? That's a question you don't ever have to ask me. It's a pretty obvious question. Nobody backed out. I didn't back out on nothing on that. You don't know the restraint I had. You'd have to get some honest answers off my girlfriend to know what was going through my head when I was at that table. You have no idea. But I had to give in somehow. So I got up from the table and I approached him. And that's the end of the story there. You know what happened at the rest. Yeah, it was really hard for me to hold back because there he was. There he was, right in fucking front of me. Had the balls to come to TGIF, planned by that piece of shit, Ricky. It was all planned out. They were hoping that we'd get into some big physical confrontation so we could make some good media, get some good views and blah, blah, blah. That's how Ricky works. But he won't be around too much longer. But I know you're hearing me saying these things a lot. And why do I say it? Is it wishful thinking? In some part, it really is. I'm not going to lie to you, and I don't lie. Do I wish that on anybody? No, I really don't wish that. I want them to suffer in some way. Because physical violence, again, I'll be redundant, wounds heal, bones mend. Then they go back to doing the same thing. The best thing you could do is something legal. Get them thrown out of the fucking country. Never come back again. End of story. Or get them in jail. Like I did to Barry. I'm good. I'm real good. I'm happy. I feel I accomplished something that nobody else could do on here. I stuck to my guns, excuse the expression. Shine 'em up, Gilda. Shine 'em up. He said he will quit YouTube. Who said? Ricky. Ricky comes back on. He didn't quit. Ricky's not going to quit unless he's in some kind of trouble and he's hiding, like some people do on here. That's when he'll get off. Like when Popeye was attacked, he was really embarrassed about something. When Rain Man was after him, was going to come to Florida because he went to a few people's homes. Yeah, Rain Man. Popeye went into hiding, man, for at least a half a year. Did not come on for at least a half a year. And you remember that, Aloe. You remember that. All right, I don't want to talk all night. I don't know what's left on here to watch a movie. No, it's not much time. I'm so scheduled. We wind down about 9 o'clock, both of us, by habit. I don't start watching a movie because they're longer than a half an hour. It's 9:30 now. No, what is it? 8:30. And usually by 9 o'clock, what we do is, I can't go to sleep right away. I got to wind down. So I'll maybe watch something on YouTube a little bit and wind down. We don't go to bed right away at 9 o'clock. Sure, I can stay up later if I want to. I mean, there's nothing stopping us, but we generally try to keep to a certain schedule. It's supposed to be healthier. So, it's average is 9 o'clock, maybe later. But it doesn't mean we're going to bed to sleep, turn the lights off and everything else, put the phones away at 9 o'clock. We don't do that. We have our own routine around here that we seem to practice every day. Do you have a Netflix account? Well, I have Netflix on my TV, but I got nothing premium or something like that. All it is fucking repeats on there, man. I don't even hardly go to Netflix anymore. There's hardly anything new. And when they put something new on, it's usually something from 10 to 20 years ago. Mostly I go to YouTube on the TV screen, not the phone. And I find, a number of science fiction movies. There's lots of disaster movies. I love to watch all of that. But the problem is, I don't see anything new on there. So yeah, TV has becoming very boring for me. I don't have like a premier account or whatever you call them. Then there's like on there, you could also kind of like buy these movies, rent them, whatever, But even those things, they're not like, current movies really. I haven't seen anything current on there. The only thing that comes on there was a show I used to watch called Virgin River. And they're really I seen their first season they did with that. It was kind of an interesting show. Nothing maybe some of you guys would be interested in, but they're supposed to continue all these episodes in the spring. And it didn't happen. And I don't know what's going on with it. That was on Netflix. I think it was made for Netflix movies. They have these made for Netflix shit. Yeah, it's series, right. The Crown. I'm trying to think if I've seen that. Sounds familiar. I've seen a lot of movies, Alan. You wouldn't believe. But Virgin River was pretty good. The characters on there. To follow what was going on in a small town called Virgin River, There's some cool stuff on there, but I generally don't like to get caught up in a series. Oh, I've seen so many series on there that you become obligated, like Popeye with the soap operas, You got to watch them every day. And some of them have many, 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 many episodes. And you can't stop watching. There's one thing called Prison Break or Prison. Interesting characters in there. It's a long series. But they just, it's like clickbait. You think that episode is going to bring you some answers, but it doesn't. Then you got to wait for the next episode. And that's how they get you. That's why I call it a series. But I'd rather watch a movie, whether it's an hour and a half long, whatever it might be, and you get to the ending, you know how it ends. So I'm not big on watching a series. It would have to be awfully interesting to me to watch a series. Most of these TV series are shit. Yeah, I know. But some of them are quite good. Very few. I see something that says episode this and that. I said, oh, I can't watch that. Oh, please. I try not to, but if it was something really special, I guess I would. Some of the documentaries are really good too, though. I watch documentaries too about the Earth, about all kinds of different stuff. What's to come, our planet, the oceans, creatures of the deep, stuff like that. Shark documentaries. I love sharks. I love marine life. Um, I like things like Discovery Channel, which I don't get on there. When I was in Hawaii, I religiously watched the History and Discovery Channel. And I think there's this weird channel that before you sign on to YouTube on TV and Netflix, there's this other shit. It's called Blast or something. And sometimes they show stuff. But no, but they have a channel devoted to, what's his name? River Monsters. I always watch that. But if I want to fall asleep or get relaxed, you watch River Monsters. Why do you think people go fishing? It's relaxing. Well, guess what? You watch this guy. God, I know his name too, but you watch this guy on River Monsters. The guy's a biologist. The guy's slick. He's an older guy. And I don't even know if he's still doing anything new on there, really. But I always liked River Monsters. But his more recent that he ever had on there, I don't think they're recording anything anymore, he expanded beyond River Monsters, and it would be like in the ocean creatures and stuff like that too. He is a biologist by nature, so that's in the bio or so, right? No, 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 no. His name is Wade something. No, 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 no. He's a biologist. It's a great fucking show. He goes out. He's an expert fisherman. He's a biologist, okay? He knows all about fish and stuff. And he goes out to try to find these, as the show's name is, river monsters. Monsters of oceans, but mostly it was monsters of the rivers. You know, we're talking about Arapine, huge Arapine. He almost got his chest busted open by one. Rays, all kinds of stuff. And he actually goes to Africa, all these different countries, Aloe, and he goes to investigate stuff. People who have gotten killed by something in the water, whether it was the ocean or the river. He would investigate, and he'd travel to all these areas, and he'd do some fishing around there to see what was in there. Because he wanted to try to see what caused the death of these little kids or their parents or villagers in small villages. He's been all over the Amazon. He's been everywhere, man. Great show. Watch the repeats. It's just as good. And he would measure them, and he'd try to figure out, could this be the creature? Was it a bull shark that did it? Was it an Arapine? What was it? And he'd investigate this. Was it a snakehead? And it had these really large snakeheads. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. What's his name? Rick Harrison. No, that's from Pawn Shop Show. Rick Harrison. No. In Las Vegas. No, Rick was a star from Pawn Stars. Oh, that. I mean, oh, you want to know what I thought about Pawn Stars? I knew it was all phony from the beginning. And I read on it and seen things about it. A lot of it was staged. Actually, some of the owners are not even in that store, actually. They all had problems dying. The father died. And did Rick himself die too? Then, of course, you got Chumley, who was the most entertaining part of the show. He opened up a candy store. He's pretty smart. He's not stupid. Chumley is not stupid. He's pretty smart, actually. Yeah, I used to watch Pawn Stars, if not just to learn about history. As I said, you know, YouTube is not my gig. The shit that I watch, well, it's not shit that I watch. I like being entertained, but I like learning too. And yeah, I used to watch that show. I used to like to watch that other show, Pickers. There's two guys, they were really close, but then one screwed up the other. One died, and they seemed to think that maybe it has something to do with his friend's death. Oh yeah, I used to watch those Pickers. They'd go, and I love that stuff, because I used to do that shit. I used to do that. I guess I never talked about that. I used to do that. I used to go from estate sales to garage sales to find trash and treasures. That was a hobby of mine. I did that all the time. I used to hang around my father's painter friend, Al DiPaolo, in Pelham Manor, New York, and he had money. And he lived in this fucking converted fucking, not a church, but it was a, community hall or something. And you should have seen the icons on his wall paintings. And he used to collect gold and jewelry and antique furniture, and I learned a little bit from him. So I'm a little more educated in things that you may know about me. There's things I follow and I learn from. I mean, how else are you going to learn? And those two goofballs from American Pickers. Yeah. yeah. Oh, yeah. I used to watch that shit, man. Frank died, though, you know. The chubbier one. But he lost weight later. But I enjoyed it. You know, these guys are out traveling around. I said, what a fucking good life that is, man. Not everybody can make it in that business, though. Trash and treasures. I love it, man. I love it. Because I used to do that, man. I used to go to swap meets, all that shit. I guess you didn't know that much about me on here. I don't talk about everything. But I used to go to these swap meets and all that shit. I loved it. I got great deals on stuff, you know, that people were giving away almost free. They didn't know the value. I knew a lot about silver. And before silver, back when the Hunts brothers, back in the 70s, and the Hunts brothers cornered the market on silver, they tried to drive the price of silver all the way up by cornering the market and buying out as much silver as they could, but they got in trouble. They sure did. I used to go around all these little junk shops and shit that had knickknacks and all kinds of stuff. And there was a time when people did not understand the markings on the bottom of this little knickknack. I did. I knew what the number 925 was, and it's the amount of silver that was in there. If it was coin silver, it was going to be about a marking of 800. If it was sterling silver, which is what you really want, it's going to be 925. And I got some interesting pieces. I had a girl sell me a whole freaking suitcase with Gorham and Tiffany silverware. And guess how much I got it for? Well, at first, I got it for nothing. She was a friend of my father, and she needed the money. Her father actually worked when he was alive for Gorham. No. Was it Gorham or Tiffany? No, it was Tiffany. Her father worked for Tiffany. I'm not sure. It might have been Gorham. Well, whatever. Don't matter. There were fucking big bowls and cups and cutlery and holy shit, all bearing the name of either Gorham or Tiffany. I got a suitcase of this shit, and it didn't really cost me anything. Wait a minute, Frank. What do you mean it didn't cost you anything? Well, I got the suitcase. I said, hey, you know what, tomorrow, what do you want for this? She wanted like $400 for it. I'm thinking, that's pretty damn fucking good, even for that time. So what I did was I made a trip down to the Gold District in Manhattan, and there was one particular place I used to go to. I turned in this silver, a few pieces, and it gave me the money to give to her. So it didn't come out of my pocket whatsoever. It was legitimate. I said, I'd have your money tomorrow. I would have sold it anyway. When I did sell the stuff, I still didn't get a great price, but I made money on it. All the shit I had, I think I came back with, I don't know, it was a couple of $1,000 when I didn't pay anything for it. And if I sold it for its the value of being from Gorham or Tiffany, especially Tiffany, individually, I would have made more money. But I needed the money, and someone got a good deal from me. There you go. Okay, I think it's time for me to get off before you get too bored. And I run out of material. Not, I never run out of material. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll try to set that up sometime. Event. But you got to understand. Okay. I gotta go. I gotta wind down a little bit here. Frankie gets cranky if I'm getting too tired. I'm not really tired, but I told you I have a pattern. I even know what time I shit in the morning. I know what causes me to shit in the morning. Everything is so like an internal time clock with me. I know exactly what I do when I get up in the morning and how I do it, when I do it, or when it's going to happen. I am not, excuse the expression, shitting you. It's that accurate. It's unreal. Okay, gotta go. Take care. Another day. I'll probably catch you in the morning, if anything. I'm not really sure I have anything to talk about tomorrow morning. I'm getting a little bit antsy on here lately. It's getting to that point where I feel kind of obligated to do shows again, and that's why I wanted to cut it off, you know. You're getting into that pattern. You're not just doing one show a day, you're doing multiple shows a day. So I'm kind of falling back in that pattern. But I totally admit, I'm bored out of my fucking mind out here. Not afraid to say it. I am fucking bored. I mean, I can't fuck all day, or even every day. There's only so much you can do. You want to work on the house, it gets boring too. You know, but you got to do some of that stuff. Work on the house, do this, whatever you can. You got supplies, or need to buy them, you go and do it. Oh, there's plenty of projects around here. And no, I didn't buy a shit house, as somebody had said. It's a good house. But the house is over 13 years old. What are you going to expect? Something's going to go haywire or break, or gutters might leak or something. That's normal shit. All right, guys.